Good morning, all. The 10 o'clock hour has arrived, so we will get started. I call the meeting to order, and today the pledge will be given by Commissioner Gardner.
Please join me in pledging our allegiance to the flag of the United States. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, all. So the first order of business after the pledge is public comment. I'm not going to go through the usual admonitions for public comment because I don't see very many people out there with public comment. So I will open it for public comment and see who arises. I see nothing, so we will close public comment. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda.
I move approval of the agenda.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. I will read the administrative agenda into the record. For possible action, item number 1. Item number only. For possible action, discussion to provide staff direction in the preparation of the fiscal year 2024-2025 budgets for all Douglas County and Douglas County Redevelopment Agency funds. Discussion may include a general overview of the Douglas County budget and presentations by staff, including but not limited to presentations on the following: general fund, all departments including supplemental requests; special revenue funds including supplemental requests; debt service funds; enterprise funds including supplemental requests; internal service funds including supplemental requests. We have a lot of buckets. Capital projects funds including supplemental requests; redevelopment agency funds, and it says Kathy Lewis, and you look like you're primed and ready to go.
Kathy Lewis, CFO for the record. We are for our third day of budget hearings, and so I appreciate the two we've had, and I look forward to today's budget hearings, and we'll start off with our county recorder.
Good morning. Shawneen Guerin, County Recorder for the record. This morning we're going to go over a little overview of what we have going on in the Recorder's Office and records management. So to start, for those of you who may be less familiar with what the Recorder's Office does, our job is to record, preserve in permanent manner, and make available public records to the general public as well as other departments, any other agencies. The records that we record in our office are primarily real estate records, land records. We do record everything from deeds of trust, which are mortgages. A lot of people don't understand that. Liens, easements, lots of other types of land records. We also record mining documents and marriage certificates. To give you an idea of what our workload indicators have been, this is what I have depicted here are calendar year numbers. And you'll see that we have total recordings and electronic recordings. So the electronic recordings are just that. They're documents that are submitted via approved vendors electronically. We currently have 4 that we work with. And then the other recordings are the ones that come over the counter or through the mail. We saw growth from 2019 up through 2021, and then as you can see here, we've seen some significant declines in the last couple of years. Just to give you an idea, in 2019 we were running right about right here, right about 16,000 documents that recorded in the year. In 2021, we were just under 20,000. And in 2023, we're just under 11,000 documents in total that have recorded. And that is much due to the cyclical nature of real estate. So because they're land records that we record, we've seen a 50% decline nearly in total recordings, but a 70% decline in deeds of trust. That's very indicative of our current interest rates that are happening out there. And when you think about it, for every refinance that happens, we have generally 2 to 3 documents that record. You have the new deed of trust, the payoff, and potentially another document. So it's all very relative. As far as electronic recordings, why it matters that we have electronic recordings make us way more efficient. We're able to get documents recorded and returned much quicker if there's something to be rejected. We are right around 68%. At the height, we were about 78%. From a national industry side of things, for rural communities, a lot of those are closer to like 45%, so we're doing pretty well there. We have a recording notification service that launched in 2021. We currently have roughly 600 active registered accounts. When you sign up for a recording notification service, that is a free service that's offered by the recorder's office that allows anyone to register with an email address up to 5 names or variations of a name and up to 5 parcel numbers. Within those 600 accounts, we also have roughly 1,500 registered parcels. So what happens there is when you sign up for that notification, if anything records in our office, you automatically receive an email notification that something has recorded against your name or your property. Now, that service is, it's important to note, it launched in 2021, but the registrations have doubled since the start of 2023. I think that is much in part to the growing concern that property owners have for deed fraud and things that we're seeing advertised. I would like to say, as of right now, we are not seeing any of that successfully record in fraudulent recordings in Douglas County. It doesn't mean it can't or won't happen, but we haven't seen it as of yet. That is probably the biggest area of concern that we are receiving as far as phone calls and people coming into the office wanting to know how easy is it, can it really happen, is it really happening? So we are going to be actually releasing a new recording notification service in the coming month. And so anyone who's currently registered for this service will receive notice from us with proper steps of how to update their subscription.
Excuse me.
Yes.
How do you enlist into this program?
I'm sorry?
How would I list my property on this program?
I still couldn't understand you. I'm sorry.
How does he sign up?
Oh, if you just go to our recorder's website, this little guy that you see here, this icon, is the one you'll click on, this little blue part here, and it just walks you through the steps. You're just going to enter an email address, the names, and parcel numbers. If you, it is important to make sure that you enter the parcel numbers with dashes. That's how we index them. And it is also important, if you're not sure how you hold title, you're going to want to know that. You can't, if your name is Joe Smith and all of your legal documents say Joseph Smith, and you register Joe Smith, you're not going to be notified if you don't enter the right name or names. So I would recommend you enter the names Smith, Joe, and Smith, Joseph. Enter both ways. You can do up to 5 variations.
Thank you.
Marriage certificates. So for every marriage certificate, while the clerk's office issues the marriage license, the recorder's office records those marriages. And then we issue certified copies of the marriage certificates. We've seen some fluctuating numbers in the number of marriage certificates that we sell or have sold in the last few years, but it's been pretty steadily busier than years past, and that I believe is much in part due to the Real ID requirements that are across the country, where people are having to prove their name changes. And so there's a number of reasons that people get their certified copy of their marriage certificate beyond the Real ID requirements. It might be for insurance purposes and employment purposes. But I expect to see at some point probably some of these numbers go down once those Real ID deadlines have actually been met. For every marriage certificate that records in Douglas County, marriage certificates are $15. And $10 of that goes straight to our general fund. The other $5 goes into a fund for to aid victims of domestic violence. The recorder's office, even when our numbers are low as far as recording volume, there's still no shortage of things to be done. We have long been and will long be working on the historic projects that you see here. We currently have in our online system, searchable by name, roughly 1.1 million recorded documents that span from 1971 to present. We are working on indexing 1967 through 70 at the moment, but it is important to note that you can actually search. We have all of our deeds and all the way back to patents from 1853 to current. You just have to look more in a page click than a actual typing in the name. So we're working to expand those entries where you can search by just searching a name. And then we are also working on expanding our marriage database. So currently we have roughly 220,000 recorded marriages online that span from 1949 to present. We have, in the past couple of years, we've gotten the marriage certificates from 1862 through 1949 digitized, and we're working closely with the clerk's office on merging the licenses from those earlier days with the certificates and getting those all indexed and available and searchable. It's important to note, while the land records are viewable online, the marriage certificates themselves are not, only the index. So you can find the index and then you can purchase a copy of the marriage certificate if you need that. Really, when you get into the 1800s and the early 1900s, those are really more for genealogy and historic purposes, of course, more so than, we hope, more so than proving anyone's identity or how their name changed.
These documents are strictly Douglas County documents. They're not, you can't research marriage
Correct.
certificates outside of our county.
Yes, that's correct. The nature of marriage records in the state of Nevada is funny because we have Lake Tahoe, obviously, as part of the destination marriage locations that are highly coveted. Still nothing, our numbers are nothing compared to Clark County, for example. But we have a lot of people who come from all over the country, all over the world even, to get married in Lake Tahoe. And so oftentimes what happens is they fly into Reno and they got their marriage license and then they got married up at State Line, and they just don't understand why we don't have their marriage record. The marriage certificate goes back to whatever county you applied for the marriage license. So you can apply anywhere in the state and get married anywhere else in the state, and it's going to go back so that the license and the certificate are all together.
Makes sense.
Another project that we've been working on is our digital map QC. We have maps that record in our office are Mylar maps. They're large 2-foot by 3-foot Mylar maps, and they take up a significant amount of space. And what we've identified is, of course, over the years as technology has improved, it's understandable that our scanning capabilities have improved as well. And so as we discovered working with community development on a couple of, even just something simple like the legend that was in a funny color on the Mylar map. For some reason, there was a period of time where they insisted on using this lavender color that scanners didn't pick up. And so it looked like information was missing or important dotted lines were missing. So our staff are taking every single map, Mylar map, and placing that physical map in front of them and looking at the digital map and making sure, do we have a full integrated image? And if not, then we rescan it, or if we think that, we have it there, but it's not the best quality. So as we've improved our technology, we go through and we do those QC projects. We really have found a number of things that looked like maybe they were missing some detail. They were on the map. But as that goes, we'll be able to free up some space once we get through that process. We do have 2 sets of eyes that look at those as well, so that we're not relying on one person's judgment. And then the coming soon, I'm excited about, it's our document research assistant. What I'll share with you at this point is that what most people do not understand who are searching our records is what on earth a grantor-grantee index is. And that is what we have in our office, is a grantor-grantee index. So with the document research assistant, it will enable people to search for information on a certain property using everyday common language, where you'll actually be able to put in an address or a parcel number and ask the system for an ownership history on this property. Or are there any outstanding liens? Where is my payoff? Things that the everyday person comes in and we're trying to help them navigate, because the fine line that we walk in the recorder's office, of course, is that we can't provide legal assistance, we can't answer legal questions, but we want to be able to help them. I think that this will be able to do that. The recording fee breakdown. Our recording fee is our greatest source of revenues that are generated by the recorder's office. So $25, I should back up. I want to say it was in 2017 that Nevada went to a predictable fee, flat fee. So it does not matter if you have 1 page or 100 pages, you're going to pay a $40 recording fee on most documents that record in our office. Of that, $25 goes straight into the general fund. $5 is, the rest of it is all restricted revenue funds. $5 of it goes into the technology fund that is limited to just use by the recorder's office, and then the remaining restricted revenue funds are used primarily by the courts. It is anticipated that in this coming fiscal year, we're anticipating roughly $315,000 in revenue in recording fees and copies.
Did I hear you right? You said that these fees are set by NRS?
They are, yes. Yes, so they're set by NRS 247. The other primary source of revenues that we generate in our office, or I should say collect in our office, is the real property transfer tax. Real property transfer tax in Douglas County is set at $3.90 per $1,000 of value. And you can see the breakdown here. The county consolidated tax, $1.10, and so on. And then if you look at, for demonstration purposes, you can see we'll take a $100,000 sales price, which does not exist in Douglas County, quite unfortunately, but it's easy math. And so you can see here that on such a sale, $110 would go into the county consolidated tax fund, $20 would go into the state housing fund, the lion's share, $257.40, goes into the state general fund, and Douglas County gets to keep a very whopping $2.60 of administrative fee to collect those. So within this upcoming fiscal year, we're looking at roughly $28,000.
So this is sales price, not mortgage price.
Correct.
Right? Okay, so if you have a $500,000 property and you pay 20% on it down, that it's based on that 500, not the 400,000.
That's
Yeah,
correct,
okay.
yes. And actually, it's even beyond, it doesn't even have to be a sale. If there are a number of exemptions that exist that are set by statute, again, for real property transfer tax. So for example, if you are you're adding your spouse or your child to title, you don't have to pay that transfer tax. However, if you're adding your sister to title, that is a taxable event. So it does not matter that your sister didn't pay anything, it is a taxable event. And so in that case, if no money was exchanged, then we use either the last sales price or appraisal price if it was within 5 years, or the assessor's taxable value, whichever is higher. That's how the language reads in statute. So that value is what we collect that transfer tax on. And of course, this number is really hard to manage year to year because it's very dependent upon the market. And so with this being an election year and the nature of real estate, we don't know exactly. But this is, the other thing too is, of course, we have a lot of activity happening up at Clear Creek and Tahoe. It rings true that those who have money, even in hard times, tend to still have money. And so those larger transactions still occur, and then it's really the lower end of the market that we see a lot of fluctuation. So that's the primary overview of what we do specifically in the recorder's office. Records management, it is a little unusual for records management to fall under the purview of the recorder. I believe Douglas County and Lyon County are the only two that the county-wide records management is governed and overseen by the recorder's office. Our primary function out at records management is to securely store and manage the physical life cycle of physical records that are stored out at our warehouse. We do not have any jurisdiction or governing or anything over any of various departments' digital records. Those are all very much, each department is responsible to manage those digital records. And really, we don't do anything with the physical records either without the consent and collaboration between us and the departments. However, we do work very closely with all the departments in trying to make sure that as a whole, as an organization, Douglas County remains compliant with the Nevada State Retention Schedule that we adopted in 2018 and various other regulations such as NRS 239, which governs public records as a whole, and then of course the courts have their own retention schedule as well that they follow. So to give you an idea, we currently, our inventory that is out at our warehouse right now is comprised of roughly 25 various departments. 70 to 75% of our inventory currently belongs to the courts. And roughly 85 to 90% of those records are deemed permanent in nature by statute. We have just over 5,000 boxes and books out at our records management facility. And as I mentioned before, the mediums of those records do vary. We have everything from boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes of paper to historic books and microfilm and a collection of Mylar maps as well. So far, this fiscal year, and this was as of about a week ago, we have delivered just over 750 files out of those boxes and boxes and boxes of paper. So yes, it's an actual pull a file, get in the car, drive it to the department that needs it, and then come pick it back up when they need it. There's a number of reasons that it's done that way. Primarily, again, the courts are our primary customer, where the recorder's office is public-facing, and we very much engage with the public. Within records management, our customer is the Douglas County Department, or are the various Douglas County departments. So we strive to provide that service as efficiently as possible. And in doing so, we have also just this fiscal year received an additional 200 plus boxes for long-term storage and destroyed just over 150 boxes. It's important to note here, of those 150 or so, probably only about 100 of them, maybe a little over 100, were boxes that are actually stored at Records Management. So right now, we are sitting right about the other balance, because I'm seeing a couple of confused faces, is if departments have records that are in their physical office, but they don't have a secure shredding bin, then they can either bring them to our office, or our records management clerk goes out and picks them up and takes them to our warehouse so that we can put them in our bins and they can be securely destroyed. So that is another service that we provide. It's really important to note here, though, that our warehouse is currently sitting at about 93% capacity. So we are quickly losing space to add boxes, and as you can see here, if we're receiving 200 plus boxes in the same period that we're only destroying 100 boxes, we're going to be out of space in a hurry. I will note that one of the ARPA projects that the board approved was to digitize the permits and records for community development, and that is a project that is currently in process, so that will free up a significant amount of space. We're also working with various departments to identify, are there other records that we have out there that are not permanent in nature that we could get rid of to free up that space and use it more responsibly. And then the fire suppression system improvements, that is a project that was just approved at our meeting last week, so thank you for that. We identified that we have 2 wings of records management facility that do not currently have any fire suppression system in place. And so while the building itself is certainly up to code, it's a 2-hour rated firewall that is what makes it meet code, and that's great to contain the fire, but it doesn't do a whole lot for the very important records that are sitting in that space. So we're excited to get that project underway and just have a little bit more security and protection over those records. We do have a relatively small staff. Besides myself, I have my chief deputy recorder. We have 2.75 recording clerks and a 3/4 time position records management clerk. That records management clerk position was in past years 2 full-time employees. Through various efficiencies such as just operational workflows and software that we've integrated, we've been able to reduce that to a 3/4 time position.
I have some questions in that regard. So I'm looking at the budget worksheets.
Yes.
And between the recorder and the records management. So there's as I see it in the recorder, there's an increase of $8,500 in the recorder, but then there's a decrease of $8,500 in the records management. Is that just a repositioning of workload, or?
And this is movement within the salaries area,
Yes,
you're saying?
Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't mention that.
We'll follow up on that, because we're actually working on that, some position changes there, and I'm not even sure what that.
It appears to be a trade-off, but, or a reassignment of responsibilities.
I think Commissioner Gardner, Kathy Lewis for the record. We'll look into the details of that. I think it's coincidental that it looks like it's a trade-off. It's the actual positions she has budgeted in there for this next year.
Okay,
for that,
so
but
there's
we'll
no
look into
trade-off there. It just, okay, okay. And then when I look at the reduction in software of the records management, substantial reduction in percentage-wise anyways, $8,000 reduction in software? Is that because you bought that software and you've integrated it now, or is that the reason for
Shawneen
that?
Guerin for the record. No, actually, I will touch on that briefly. It has nothing to do with that software.
Okay.
But I did
Okay.
want to highlight that.
But I appreciate your budgets are very austere, you know? Yeah, so I appreciate that, yeah.
Yes. So what I wanted to highlight here as far as the positions that we have, as I mentioned, our workload our mandatory workload as far as volume of recordings is currently significantly lower than it has been in past years. And we do have one of those FTE, the deputy recording clerk positions, is currently vacant. And understanding that we are facing a bit of a shortfall still, the recorder's office has committed to, while maintaining that position, we're going to hold that position vacant for the duration of fiscal year 24-25 to help offset some of those costs. I feel very comfortable in doing so, and so that will provide some assistance there. And then as far as
Is that realized because of the integration of software and electronics part of it? It's easier to do? I don't know.
It absolutely is, yes. Our past processes required a lot of touching the paper over and over again. So as our percentage of documents that come into our office come in electronically, as I said, it's a lot less paper touching. We do a lot of just back and forth correspondence through the computer, and then just our workflows in general have improved over time. And so we're able to do a whole lot more with a whole lot less, quite comfortably. And quite honestly, if, depending on what the market does, it may or may not be necessary to hold that position over into future years, because we have realized those efficiencies.
So that's that's the one thing that I noticed, that the filings have gone down significantly. So that's one other reason why you have less need for additional person.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, because, while the historic projects are nice to get done, really the mandated activity is the recording and preserving of the documents. And so when our volume is measurably and marked lower, then it makes sense to reduce that staffing. And the nice thing is we're able to do it with a vacant position and not a reduction in force. I will note, I have been in this office since 2007. And when I first came into the recorder's office, we had 9 full-time employees. That included the 2 positions out at Records Management, so 7 with the recorder in the recorder's office itself. And the nice thing is, over the years, we have been able to reduce staffing because of technology and operational workflow efficiencies, but we've been able to do it each and every time through attrition. As people have retired, we just haven't filled positions because it
So
wasn't
our
necessary.
return on investment of software is really paying off for us, which is good.
It is, absolutely. And there is always the fear of, so are we cutting jobs or losing employment opportunities? Well, when you're in government, you're just operating more efficiently. It's pretty simple. So what I wanted to highlight here in
Ms.
the
Guerin, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record, I do apologize for interrupting you.
That's okay.
But I would be remiss if I did not thank you for your leadership. I am so proud of the team that we have in place, the leadership team we have in place in Douglas County, and the wonderful partnership that my office and the county commission has with your fellow elected officials. And I'm just very grateful for continued efforts by elected officials to find ways to meet the county's objectives and to carry the vision forward that we all have for this organization through contributions like the one that you just offered up. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Ms. Davidson. It's my pleasure. Okay, so just running really quick, we do have a pretty simple services and supplies budget. And I will highlight a couple of things here. Our software and our travel expense are our two largest expenses, and quite honestly, you don't even see the whole of it here because there's a couple of invoices that I'm waiting on for software that are due to be paid. However, the aforementioned Recorder's Technology Fund of $5 per document pays for those services and every year. So we pay it to the appropriate GL account, but then we do a transfer right out of that restricted revenue account. So this is not money, the money that we spend on annual software support and maintenance runs about $20,000 that is not shown here. It's not budgeted as part of the general fund budget, and therefore it doesn't cost the taxpayers any additional monies. We pay it out of the revenues that are specifically generated and used for that purpose. And then really the travel is for conferences that are all very geared towards those technology improvements, and so that is how we're able to justify the use of those funds and responsibly replenish back into the general fund as we need. As for records management, as Commissioner Gardner pointed out, we have this little guy down here, this $8,800. Previously, records management was the administrator of a software, a document repository software called Application Extender. Well, Application Extender has since been discontinued, and there is a new enterprise software that the Records Management Division is not the administrator of, nor do we pay for, so we no longer require these funds. So that's why you see that significant reduction. That's a discontinued program that is funded through other sources. And then the other significant reduction that you see here in recycling expenses, so that's our shredding. As we have gone through and worked quite diligently with departments to try to get us in compliance with getting rid of what we can get rid of, we've come a little bit more to what we have is what we need to have. So our recycling expense has gone down. We do have some records with the courts that are currently being reviewed, and we're anticipating that there might be some increases in that area next year, but that remains to be seen. I will say this is the thing that I tell departments over and over and over again is that our records are an asset until they become a liability. And if you remember nothing about records management, please remember that. Are there any questions on?
Quick question.
Yes.
What kind of shredders do you have, strip or chunk?
We actually use an outside company, Shred It, and they bring a truck on site. And so we have secure shredding bins that the documents go into, and then when they come, they bring the truck and everything gets dumped straight into that. And I believe it is the cross-cut shredding that happens. The only exception to that is when we have large purge orders. So if we have we'll say I've done some purge destructions as large as 300 boxes at a given time. They come and they pallet those boxes and they take them up to Reno. So those are not shred on site, but they are securely transported to Reno and they're discarded that way.
So my mother just pays my kids to shred our stuff. Would you like that, sir?
We do not have any supplemental requests for this coming fiscal year, so that one's pretty easy. Are there any other questions?
I just wanted to make one comment. I've listened to you do a number of public forums, and for the life of me, I can't. You seem to be about the only person that can make this process sound somewhat entertaining. Somewhat. I want to say somewhat. I'm sitting here and I see your name on, the presentation by, and I'm going, oh my God, I would rather sit there and watch paint dry, but you are able to do it. I don't know how you do it, but congratulations and thank you for the job you do.
Thank you. I will argue till the cows come home that records are cool. Convince me otherwise.
Yeah, I want to commend you on what you do and how you go about doing it, but I'm absolutely amazed that you get 150 boxes and you get them recorded over the year's time. I assume that's for a year. With what, 5.5 people? How do you do that?
Well, the 150 boxes, I should clarify, are boxes that are stored at Records Management that have met retention and have been destroyed. That's a completely separate operation from our actual recording of land records. But yeah, I mean, really, it comes down to having good people and good processes.
And are these boxes banker boxes?
They are.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the entertaining and informational presentation. And you're back on.
Thank you. Kathy Lewis for the record. We have alternative sentencing next, but I do want to make a comment that Ms. Guerin's offer of holding that position open will help reduce that $723,000 that we're using of ending fund balance. It was not built into the tentative budget, so that will directly help us with that $723,000. Let me get. You can just use arrows up and down. Okay, and then, oh, you're on.
Good morning. Yvette Doan, Chief Probation Officer for the Department of Alternative Sentencing. I'm a little nervous. I haven't done one of these before. Ask Kathy to be up here with me. Okay. So our mission statement, we are here to assist probationers and defendants with the opportunity to make positive life changes and empower them to become productive and law-abiding members of our community. The functions for the department we are an integral part of the county's justice system. We are committed to protecting the community and serving the courts and establishing partnerships with treatment providers. We are responsible for the supervision of both pretrial and pre-sentence defendants, as well as individuals who are convicted of misdemeanor offenses. We hold them accountable for their misconduct, and we promote their efforts with rehabilitation. Any questions?
I have one question. What did you do to yourself?
I had to have full shoulder replacement surgery 3 weeks ago.
I have to say, I have worked with this young lady on numerous occasions, and what she does is incredible, and the life she changes is incredible. And I'm not going to editorialize anymore, but thank you for what you do.
Thank you, appreciate that. So our performance measures and our workload indicators, our workload is generated by the courts. So individuals that are arrested, particularly those in Douglas County, we have the Special Victims Response Team, which is the grant out of the District Attorney's Office, and we hold a part-time position for that. Anybody who is arrested in Douglas County for a domestic battery automatically goes under the supervision of the Alternative Sentencing Department. And that includes drug testing and placing people on GPS devices to ensure that those individuals are kept away from the alleged victim at the time. So we have also DUIs, which have increased significantly as of last year. The first offenders for DUI are now placed under alternative sentencing as of July last year. We had all of 2020, and I'm going to give you calendar years because that is based on the annual statistical report that I provide to you, the board, every January. So our numbers are always generated by the annual year, not the fiscal year. So our numbers in 2023, or 2022, I'm sorry, we had 65 total DUI first offenders placed under our supervision. Last year, as of July, that increase of putting all DUI first individuals on with us increased our caseload significantly, in the fact that it almost doubled. And from January 1st of this year until today, we have had 40 people just for DUI first offenders. So our caseload is increasing significantly from 2 years ago, where we only had 65 individuals. We are already at 40 this year for the first 3 months. So we do things like compliance checks. We go to individuals' houses. We learn things about individuals and their home and their social needs when we go to their houses. You don't get a lot of that information just sitting in the office and talking with them. I would like to increase it. You can see in 2020, we had significantly more time in the field, but we also were not in court as frequently, and we weren't drug testing as frequently because of the COVID restrictions. We have decreased, but in year 2022, we were able to add an additional officer, so we were able to increase that a little bit this last year. But I still would like to see those numbers go up if possible. So you can see there that, and those are hours spent in the field. And it's important to recognize that the hours that we spend in the field, that's drive time. Obviously, Douglas County is vast. So, traveling down to TRE or up to North County or even up into Lake Tahoe. So we may spend 3 hours out in the field, but we're only having contact with 5 or 6 offenders. And when you're carrying a caseload like we are today of 440 people, we're not really reaching that many people. And so I would like to see that increase. The other big ticket thing that we do is the drug and alcohol testing. Urine samples collected, we observe all individuals of the same sex. If somebody of the same sex is not there, it's not an observed sample. These are also generated by the courts in the fact that oftentimes the judge will indicate they want this person at a higher level of testing. We have a budget that we have to maintain within our contract and our agreement with the drug testing company and how much we can spend. But I'm very lucky that we have my alternative sentencing specialist who has been with the county for 25 years and who has been doing this job. We are different in how we operate as far as collecting the urine samples and testing them. The other counties, such as Carson and Washoe, who also have alternative sentencing departments, have set, so there'll be a list of drugs that they're going to test for. And they kind of just rotate through, so they're not necessarily being tested for the same drug every time that they show up for testing. With her having the knowledge and the ability to look and see and know, okay, this person definitely needs to be tested for this one certain drug, that helps saves us money by not just running random tests on people who are no longer testing positive for something. So if you have somebody who's a DUI first offender who has no criminal history, and we find out in the first drug test that the only thing in their system is alcohol, we're not going to spend or run that drug test for fentanyl continuously, because that becomes expensive. So with having that knowledge, it really helps us stay within that budgeted amount. We do have random testing. They come in, they call every day. If they hear that their name is selected for testing, then they come in. With that said, obviously, we don't restrict travel. So, we may have, like today, we have 51 people scheduled to come in for testing. Not everyone may show up that day because they may be on vacation or something like that. So those numbers always are going to kind of fluctuate as far as that's concerned. Any questions? So our accomplishments this last year, we were able to secure the Axon body cameras and tasers. And with that, we had tasers before, but we did need to update our policies and procedures for that. And then we created the new policy and procedures for the body cameras. One of the officers was able to obtain, to be certified as a taser instructor, which is tremendous help for our department. We have always in the past relied on the sheriff's office for our training. And so recently, within the last few years, we've had one become a defensive tactics instructor, now the taser instructor, and then our baton instructor. That allows us to kind of work within our own schedule of when we're going to be testing or when we're required to be in court. So that's really helped not only our department, but then we're also to assist the sheriff's office in their training, juvenile probation. And one of the other departments that I forgot that I should have listed in there was the district attorney's office. There are 2 investigators that they have. The goals are, again, to increase the hours spent in the field to do the compliance checks and to make sure that the court orders are being followed, and just to maintain our fiscal responsibility with the drug and alcohol testing. We tie into the new strategic plan by serving our community. We continue our collaboration with public safety entities, and we work closely with the FAST team and the MOST team, which help, when we can help identify there's a need, we can reach out to those 2 programs and they will assist us. We often use social services to get people, whether they don't have the skills to fill out the HUD paperwork correctly or to fill out a job application, they'll help them with those things. So I fall under the county manager. We have 1 FTE for the alternative sentencing specialist, 3 FTEs for the alternative sentencing officers, and then 1.48 FTE for the part-time special victims response team alternative sentencing officer. So revenues, again, this is going to be based on the annual statistical report. So last year we brought in $33,408 for probation fees. You can see it there. The total revenue was $219,279.52 that was deposited into the general fund. So there are the base budget, looking at this, a couple things. The uniform budget increased significantly. And this doesn't actually reflect as well in some of the areas, but like this year, 1 new vest had to be, ballistic vest, needed to be purchased. This next fiscal year, 2 ballistic vests will need to be replaced. They do have to be replaced every 5 years for safety reasons. So next year, there are 2 vests that need to be, and those run about $1,300 a piece. The training and education, it went up 9%, but it was only $124. It's not a significant amount. So, any questions there?
I do have a question in this area, and it's the you've indicated that in previous slides that your DUIs are up
Correct.
significantly. However, your drug and alcohol testing is down significantly. Can you tell us how that correlates?
So part of that is we receive money from the state for running the DUI diversion program, so that money gets deposited back into the account.
Okay. And on a previous slide also, on your revenues, you indicated alcohol and drug testing fees. Now, is that the money that's coming back from the state, or is that when you have a court-mandated drug or alcohol testing protocol that you have to perform on an individual, is that does that come out of their pocket?
Yes,
Or-
that is money, that there has been a set fee for the past, since I've been there for 20 years in August, of a $60 one-time drug testing fee that is assessed.
I think that's
to-
only fair, because if they're in that situation, their testing should not come out of my pocket
Correct,
or the other residents'
Correct.
pockets of the county.
correct.
Yes, okay.
So those are
I
all.
appreciate the insight.
So yes, all of these, other than the special victim response team, because that money is allocated obviously out of the grant, all of these fees right here are fees that defendants are ordered to pay while they are under the supervision. Whether they all pay is a different story. The fees have increased. I have worked really hard, and I guess that's where that goes into my next slide. And obviously, not knowing what the budget was going to look like, these are asks, not,
Before we go there.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I do kind of have a follow-up. I want to make sure I understand this right. What I understand is you're spending more time on DUI cases because all first offenders are now required to go through alternative sentencing, whereas previously, not all first offenders were required. That doesn't mean we have more DUIs.
correct. You are correct. We don't have necessarily more DUIs. We just now, all first DUI offenders are automatically placed under our supervision
So-
for court orders.
Prior to this, what happened to DUI first offenders?
They are given the standard release conditions when they post bail of they'll return to court and not to use controlled substances, those kinds of things. But you would be surprised how many people will get a DUI. They're arrested, they are released for their first with no conditions, and prior to either their first court appearance or their sentencing, they will acquire a second DUI.
So this new process of assigning all first DUIs to alternative sentencing is reducing that.
Hopefully, I think, potentially, it could do that, yes.
Well, I'm very pleased. Thank you for your work on that.
And I appreciate you bringing that out. I didn't realize that. So that was important information. Thank you.
So, obviously, with the budget the way it is, these are just asks. But I think it is important that the board understands, why I'm asking for it. We currently do not have an office specialist position. Initially, when this conversation came up with Ms. Davidson, this happened earlier last year after she had become the county manager. So the budget we weren't aware of at the time. And with speaking with human resources and learning that it's very difficult to obtain individuals who would like to work part-time, I initially had asked for it to be a full-time position. And part of the reason it eventually would like to be a full-time position is a succession plan for what is currently happening in our office. Like I said, our alternative sentencing specialist, she has a very unique position in this county in the fact that she runs our laboratory for drug and alcohol testing. So she's responsible for ordering all the supplies, maintaining all the equipment, running all the drug tests. But she's also responsible for everything else that occurs in the office. And if we run into simple little things where with the phone ringing, if she's in the laboratory, she can't just stop what she's doing and answer the phone. And now you have 3 of us picking up the same phone line trying to answer it. I'm trying to streamline that as best I can with what I have. Because I don't always have somebody available to answer the phone. We have so many duties that we are required to do. We may have somebody that's being released from jail and we're having to place one of our monitors, whether it be a GPS device or an alcohol monitor on these individuals. Somebody will be in court. On Mondays, we have 2 different courts going on at the same time. So I have 2 different officers that are sitting in court. I have, in the afternoon, we travel to Tahoe every Monday and Tuesday, and we are in Judge Johnson's court. So if I have 4 of us that are in the office that day, potentially I have 3 gone. But the phones are ringing, releases are being done, people are showing up for drug testing because we provide drug testing all day long. People need to work. Some people come on their lunch hour. Some people come in early at 7:30. I allow people to come in early so that they can do it prior to work. And then we try to assist it till 5 o'clock so that people who get off work can try to make it in by the end of the day. So having somebody who can help with the collections of the money, help with the answering of the phones, and then potentially step into that role when the alternative sentencing specialist retires in about 4.5 years would be extremely helpful. We are a small office. We're in about 700 square feet, and there's no privacy. I don't even have a private office. I have a door, but the walls don't go all the way up to the ceiling because of the return vent. So it makes it difficult, but we had, in the long run, I think with the way that the caseload is increasing, maybe not this year, but somewhere down the road, it would be nice to have that extra position. The other supplemental request initially was we have a fairly old vehicle, a 2012 Ford Fusion. It's difficult for some of my officers. They can't fit into it with all their gear. So we travel to the lake, like I said, year-round. So having an all-wheel drive is very important, and that vehicle was an all-wheel drive, and I can say that initially that was the vehicle I drove when I spent most of my time out in the field. But not everybody is my size, and so they do need to have that space to operate safely, to be able to have a cage in there, because we do transport defendants and do have arrests that happen out in the field at times.
Before we move off this page then, that tends to me to be the most important aspect of this. Now, I don't, so the vehicle you have now, obviously in Douglas County, you need an all-weather vehicle, an all-wheel drive vehicle or a four-wheel drive vehicle, especially if you're going up to the Tahoe Township. When you're transporting defendants, are the defendants, in most law enforcement vehicles I've seen where the defendants sit in the back seat, is that the case here also when you're transporting a defendant?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so you have no method of safety though between yourselves driving the vehicle and the defendants, is that correct?
We do have cages within our vehicles.
Oh, you do?
We do have cages. We're unmarked vehicles, but we do have cages within our vehicles.
Okay.
Um,
So I guess my question is, is there a possibility of reallocating in that Ford Fusion to something else and, and redirecting another vehicle that we have in our fleet currently, retrofitting that's all-wheel drive over to that need?
Yes.
As I see it, a need, okay? Because we certainly want to respect your safety and the safety of the others, and when you get a person on drugs, they can go postal. I hate to use that term, right? That's not, but anyways, it's a safety aspect for the drivers in your department, so that's concerned.
Correct, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, it's hard, with these new monitors, it's hard to see the red lights, and so I know that.
Kathy Lewis for the record. Carolyn Schiffo, who is accountant over the motor pool, just told me, and please jump up too, is the Ford Fusion is scheduled to be replaced because it is a motor pool vehicle. This request is to upgrade it from a Ford Fusion to a more substantial, like a Chevy Tahoe. So the vehicle is scheduled to be replaced as part of the replacement, but I think what the request is a Ford Fusion or that size vehicle does not work for the needs for alternative sentencing.
I would agree.
I would assume that a Subaru is a little bit too small for you.
And one more clarification, when you're looking at the supplemental request at the back of your binder, we have added that as part of the ARPA discussion, possible ARPA discussion tomorrow afternoon of funding that with ARPA funds. So that'll be part of your discussion tomorrow afternoon too.
Have you come, okay, now I see the question page. Thank you for your presentation. Do any of the commissioners have any further questions? It's been a pleasure working with you, and I hope that we can try to give you a little bit more space. And hopefully when the new Justice Center comes online, maybe you can spread out just a tad and get a real door.
So we are actually going to be staying in the current law enforcement building, but hopefully with the remodel, we will get a little more additional space, yes.
All right, thank you so much, and take
Thank you.
care of yourself.
Thank you.
And we are now going to take a 10-minute break,
Yeah, thank you.
and then we'll go on to the next item. All right, it's been 10 minutes, and we will now go into our next session, which is Public Works. And Mr. Richter, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Phil Ritker, Director of Public Works for the record. I'm here with Jeff McDonnell, who is the Fleet and Facilities Manager. And our first fund that we will be discussing is the fleet services.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jeff McDonnell for the record. As Mr. Ricker stated, I am the Fleet and Facilities Manager. Our mission statement for our department is to provide a unbending commitment and quality service to ensure Douglas County vehicles and equipment are maintained for the health and safety of all of our staff. Our main function, we do maintain all of the fleet for the sheriffs, heavy equipment for the road department, stormwater, parks, rec, emergency equipment, generators, the stationary generators that are at all these buildings, besides portable generators as well. We also manage the vehicle replacement for motor pool. With alternative sentencing, I was kind of chuckling back in the background when you guys were talking about her vehicle, because that is something that I've been working with her on. So she is getting a new vehicle at some point. So as far as the workload, the Sheriff's Department alone, and this would include search and rescue as well, have 206 vehicles, 10 motorcycles, 17 trailers, 12 mobile equipment, which would include snowcats, side-by-sides, snowmobiles, 3 boats. We have 89 vehicles in the motor pool that we share amongst all of the departments. Between the road department and stormwater department, they have 11 vehicles, 10 trailers, 32 heavy equipment, which would include trucks, loaders, road graders, excavators, backhoes. There's 10 DART buses, 2 vans. Then there's also in the parks department, the towns, Gardnerville, we have China Spring, Minden, MGSD. We maintain all of their equipment as well for them. Included in the Parks Department goes clear down to lawnmowers. We kind of have a saying in our department, anything from weed eaters to caterpillars and everything in between, we will maintain it for you. So basically our goal is just to provide quality service to all of the departments within their vehicles and equipment. The heavy equipment and regular standard vehicle repair. We prep the vehicles. The Sheriff's Department, when they get their new vehicles, we'll get them prepped up for them and ready for service. And quite honestly, the Sheriff's Department is probably one of our biggest customers. We have, with all of the vehicles that they have, they put the most miles on, so they're in for just standard services on a very regular basis. Besides the fact of, if they're in a pursuit and they have an accident, we probably see more Sheriff's Department vehicles than anything. And it's just for the fact that there's so many of them, and we take a lot of pride in making sure that they are safe and looking well. We also do a lot of welding and fabrication. Just recently, the Stormwater Department was working on some stuff, and they wanted basically a garbage grate on one of their culverts. So we have a mechanic in there that's a great fabricator. He took care of it for them. The accomplishments, pretty much, this is all pretty standard going through here. We just continue to provide great service for a total of approximately 308 vehicles, including 53 trailers, the 48 pieces of heavy equipment, the 70 pieces of mobile equipment, the 10 motorcycles, the 3 boats. We just take a lot of pride in our shop keeping all of the fleet looking good. So you're going to see this organizational chart twice. So right now, there is myself, and we have 5 mechanics in the shop. We just recently onboarded a new one about 2 months ago, and he's coming along very nicely. He's been training with the senior techs, and he's going to be a great asset to our team.
I just want to point out that Phil Ridker, for the record, throughout the Public Works Department, I did not produce a overall Public Works organizational chart. It's broken into pieces here, but the administrative services is a essential function for the assistance with all of the divisions, essentially, and you'll see that they will show up here. So they're not directly involved in fleet services, but they are involved in all the billing, all the invoicing, all the tracking, and even with inventory control. So I just want to make sure that that's apparent here.
And Jeff McDonnell, for the record. Just to add on to that, that is a great support staff in our shop for our personnel.
Okay. Phil Ridker, for the record. In terms of the budgets, this is you heard some of these yesterday, but this is a special revenue fund. So we are actually, the Fleet Services Department is funded through essentially fees to the other departments for the vehicles that we maintain. So the revenue comes in through, in addition to some grant revenue, but mainly it's for the motor pool fees that are assessed, and then the vehicle repair charges, which are independent. Jeff mentioned, like, we service some of the vehicles for MGSD, the towns. Those are actually done on a fee for service basis. So they're done as a fee to those entities, since they're not part of the general fund and they're not part of motor pool. Same thing with the roads department. That's actually done through a fee transfer or a fee for service, because they're not actually technically in motor pool. I don't think there's anything else on revenue that I need to point out. In terms of expenses, I think the items here really is line. Where am I? Oh, hang on a minute. Sorry, I may need to go back. No. Okay, we'll go back to expenses. In terms of expenses, utilities, you'll see this across the board, actually, since Public Works kind of is dealing with that both on the fleet side as well as on the facility side. But utilities were based on 2023 actuals with a 3% increase. They seem to be tending higher than that, so we've made adjustments, especially later on you'll see in the enterprise funds for that. That's line 520,088, line 520,107, which is maintenance equipment. That's been assessed here at a 5-year running average. Operating supplies, which is 532,001. That is being assessed at the base year, but it's actually a decrease from previous years, because it had been inappropriately accounted for with parts. So parts expenses had been allocated into that or assessed against that line item. That's now been corrected, and that's the decrease in that budget line item. Tires, which is always a difficult, let's see if that's on the next page. Here we go. Tires, which is line 532,004. That has been adjusted for proper tire inflation. So,
Pun intended?
yeah.
These are not run flat tires, I take it.
They're not.
Joe's,
And sorry. And then across the board, you've heard it already, you've heard it multiple times, but across the board on the uniform line item 532-028, there's been we're adjusting that line item in almost every fund for, based on the DCA agreement and contract for the allocation for fall weather gear. And then the only other item that I want to point out is on the small equipment, line item 533-802. That's been adjusted to our 5-year average. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Mr. Chair. Well, of course, yes. When I look at vehicle replacement, 313-200, or 313-000-301-255. So we're, that's an increase. Well, we didn't have any budgeted item. It doesn't appear that we had any item on that in 23. 24, our budgeted item was 636, and yet we're going to 1.2 million. So that's a 100% increase almost. That's the state of our vehicles.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, which line item are you looking at?
I'm looking at the budget worksheet, page 9 of 15.
Okay.
So we didn't have any actuals in 23, but we budgeted in 24, 750,000 basically, and this year we're budgeting 1.3, or no, I'm sorry. The budget was 636 this year, and then 1245 next year, 1.245 next year. So a total of an increase in costs of 608,000. I guess, and I understand that the vehicles need to be replaced from time to time. I'm just wondering whether or not it would be better for us to try to look at balancing that out over, rather than this huge hit on the budget in 1 year. So maybe you can address that.
Carolyn Cheffo, Senior Accountant, for the record. What you're looking at is the vehicle replacement reserve for that fund, for the whole fund. So each year, when we allocate the vehicle costs to each of the user departments, it includes an amount that goes into the replacement reserve so that when that vehicle has reached its end of life, we can purchase a new one with those reserves. And it's only a budgeted number.
Okay,
that
so
we
it's in a
use to
reserve.
budget
It
to
doesn't
fund.
anticipate us actually spending that much on new vehicles.
Correct. The
Okay.
amount that we're spending on new vehicles that were budgeted for the tentative budget is $183,180.
That's where I saw the discrepancy, and I appreciate the explanation. That's very good. I guess my question then would have been, why didn't we do a reserve back in '23? And I know that that's not necessarily a question for you, but it seems to me like if we're going to, I think it's a good idea to set aside money on an annual basis so that when we don't take the big hit in 1 year, that really would hamper our abilities, if we did have that, hamper our abilities to deliver goods and services to our county that are required. We'd have to look at other ways of recovering that cost. So I think it's a good idea that, it's like a savings account, right? Where we understand as an individual that I'm going to have to replace my truck at some point in time down the line, and so I'm setting aside funds to do that so that I don't have to take out a loan when that comes due, right?
Exactly.
So I would hope that we would look at making sure that we have some reserves in there on an annual basis so that we don't run into that risk of depleting, other services in our county that are necessary. So
Yes, it's part of the whole calculation that we do. And the amount that's that's budgeted for replacements for FY '25. It's all based, we have a whole replacement schedule for each of the vehicles that are in the motor pool. And so there are specific vehicles identified in that number that are up for replacement.
Thank you for the explanation. I appreciate it.
Jeff McDonnell for the record. I've been working very closely with Carolyn. In years past, she has a CPI set up in there as far as what we're putting into the reserves. And a couple years past, fell behind a little bit. We were able to catch up pretty well this year, and she's got us pretty well lined up to where we're going forward. It's going to look.
Right, and I mean, as we have a timely replacement, of course, our repair costs are less, right? I mean, if you don't, if you don't keep up on the maintenance of the vehicle, then at some point in time, it's all going to fall apart, so, yeah.
And that's where everything, Jeff McDonnell for the record, that's where everything kind of falls in as you start laying out, weighing the cost of maintaining the vehicle, repairing the vehicle as to purchasing a vehicle.
I was concerned about the same thing, but I'm not as quick as Commissioner Gardner. So could you walk me through all of this a little more slowly? And I'm looking at pages 9 and 11.
Kathy Lewis, for the record, yes, I will attempt to. So when we build a budget, you think of this as our income statement. And when we build a budget, we will show you what our opening reserve, what we budget, what we'll open with, and we'll budget what we'll end with. When you're comparing that to actuals, the actual ending fund balance is actually on our balance sheet. So there's no actuals for beginning and ending fund balances. So we've always had the reserves, and the reserves have been there. But when you compare it to actuals, it's not on our income statement. It's not like compared, it's more on the balance sheet. So look at our budget, and over the years, the budgeted reserves have been in our fund. Does it? Does that help at all?
Maybe I can help a little bit. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I am not an accountant, and I am going to way oversimplify this, so bear with me. Accountants are probably going to cringe when I say this. So I think of reserves like a savings account for this fund, okay? So for the purposes of the budget, reserves are reflected as an in and an out because that savings account is going to still exist. We have set aside these reserves unless we have a planned dipping into them, okay? And that is the reason why reserves are kind of over here, but for the purposes of a budget, it's reflected as an in and an out because you are not planning to dip into reserves. If you are planning to dip into reserves, those two numbers wouldn't equal each other, right? And you'd show that money a little bit differently. Is that helpful, Ms. Hales?
If we could just look at the pages. Tell me what is what on the pages, that would be helpful.
And so, Ms. Davidson, so because vehicle replacement reserve in '23, the actual amount that's the actual amount that we spent on vehicles is reflected elsewhere in the budget versus the reserves, right? Because we didn't spend that money, we put it in reserve in a savings account.
Yes. So if you are planning, if it's a planned expense, it'll be reflected within the budget. But we're also building reserves at the same time we're spending them in this account, right? So you do have a planned expense. You're spending down your reserves a certain amount. I think it was 183 is what we have budgeted in this fiscal year. At the same time, you're still collecting revenue from the funds throughout the organization to save up for these future expenses that we're going to have. That is your reserve savings account. I'm not sure I made this any clearer to anyone.
I will be definitely probably at midnight tonight thinking how I can make it clearer to you guys too. So if you're looking on, your pages, let me. Commissioner Gardner, can you tell me that page again?
Well, I'm thinking if I'm looking at page 11 of 15 and under that 313-821 motor vehicles, that shows the actual amount that we spent on vehicles, right? In the tentative budget for this year. Am I reading this right? Yeah.
Jeff McDonnell for the record. You may see in a lot of these other departments, line items, a cost allocation for motor pool. Correct me if I'm wrong, that's where these reserves come from. They pay into the motor pool for maintenance of their vehicle and towards the
You see it?
the future purchase of a vehicle.
So this shows the actual,
So if you look on page 11 of the
15.
internal service funds,
see here it's showing.
so if you look on page 11 of the internal service funds in our binder, we have vehicle replacement reserves at 625,300. There is nothing in actual, and I think that's what Commissioner Gardner was saying, but there is an adopted budget of 842,000 for 2024, and in 2025, our tentative budget is 1.3. We have had those reserves in the past, but they're not, in the actual, they don't show up, because in the actual, they show up as the audited number that we bring forward. We budget them to show that we have them. They are a savings account that we have, but they won't show up in your actual column, those reserves.
I got it.
A couple questions. Capital outlay offset, 313,821, 564,990, right in the middle of the page 11. So just somehow, based on our schedule of replacement, we expect to spend 80,000 more this year than we did last year. Am I understanding that right?
77,000, yes.
Yeah, just rounding, yeah, 77,000. And that's just because we don't spend the same every year because the vehicles don't come up at the same, in the exact same amount every year.
You are correct, yes. I should let them in.
It's Phil Ritker for the record to add to that. It's a combination of both the types of vehicles that come up for replacement on an annual basis. We also, I would tell you, are recovering still from a supply chain shortage that occurred post-pandemic. So we actually went several years without actually being able to even purchase vehicles because the manufacturers were not honoring government contracts. They had basically shut down the government contracts, and so we've had to defer costs, and that's what's reflected here as well. The reserves weren't taking a hit at that point, but the budget this year reflects a higher replacement percentage because we had to replace more vehicles.
So what I'm taking away from this is we have a vehicle replacement schedule. We take money in, we spend money, we keep reserves, we're saving. It's all as it should be. We're not really increasing a lot in spending this year. We're just going according to our schedule.
And I do believe, and definitely these guys can explain better, is we're actually probably doing a little bit better because we're getting a little bit better return on those used vehicles that we're able to sell. So you're exactly right. Vehicles are coming into motor pool. All the departments pay a fee for that. That includes a replacement, includes the maintenance of it. And then when it comes time to replace, we would take it out of these reserves to replace them.
We're all in the same.
No. Yeah, please don't take it. We're not questioning you, Mr. McDonnell. We're just trying to wrap our heads around the accounting processes here. So,
Jeff McDonnell for the record. Yes, wrapping your head around that replacement. Luckily, I have a great staff in finance because Ms. Sheffo is very good at keeping us lined out on that.
I believe the interrogation period is over. And any further questions from the board? Thank you for the excellent job you do, having been involved in driving some of those vehicles that you take care of. I want to say you do a marvelous job. Thank you.
My pleasure. We enjoy it. Thank you.
Phil
Also-
Ritker for the record.
Phil, one second, I'm so sorry. Also, Commissioners, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record, you have not had the second half of the dynamic duo that is the McDonnells in front of you prior to today, and I do just want to publicly recognize Jeff McDonnell's contributions to keeping the airport afloat during that interim period, and thank him for his tireless efforts as a member of that team to ensure continuity of operations out there. So before you step away, thank you, Mr. McDonnell.
Thank you.
We're not supposed to do that, but we're doing it anyway.
Okay, if we're ready to continue, the next, the intro to the next few presentations, actually the rest of the presentations up till lunch, want to make sure the board kind of resets their mind here, because we're going to now be talking about enterprise funds, and these are the only enterprise funds in the county. We operate as small businesses. We generate revenue, and we then use that expenditure on behalf, in most cases, for the utilities, for our ratepayers, and for the example, for the last one that we'll talk about, which is the airport fund, which would be for the tenants and customers of the airport. So these are exclusive of any kind of general fund discussions, really, and I want to just make that clear going into it. We're going to start with the water utility on your schedule. The funds are actually, we've got two funds within the water utility. We've got the regional water fund, and then the water utility itself, 328 fund. So we will walk through both of those. We'll follow up after that with the sewer fund.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. Rick Robillard, Deputy Director of Public Works, for the record. I'm going to start walking through the Douglas County Water Utility with our mission statement. This can be found on our website under Public Works Water Utility. It's to provide safe, reliable, aesthetically pleasing, cost-effective, potable water to our customers to protect and preserve the water resources of Douglas County. In our department function and description, so Douglas County Water Utility owns and operates public drinking water systems within the Carson Valley and the Lake Tahoe Basin. To give you an idea of how many, we run 3 drinking water systems in the Lake Tahoe Basin. So we run 2 surface water treatment systems in Lake Tahoe Basin and 1 groundwater, surface water influence system. And here in Carson Valley, we run 5 water systems.
I just have to ask about the aesthetically pleasing.
Correct. So aesthetically pleasing, what does that mean? Yes. Correct. You could have a drinking water that has off color. To the public, it may not seem safe to drink, but it is completely safe, meets all the drinking water standards, but is not aesthetically pleasing.
I think it should be tasty.
May have an odor.
Tasty instead of aesthetically.
Phil Ritker for the record. Mr. Robillard mentioned that we operate 5 water systems down here in the valley. It's 5 now because we last year completed a major consolidation of 5 separate water systems into one large water system, and they're all interconnected at this point. So that accomplishment was, I just want to recognize that accomplishment by Rick and Tom White, who's the water operations manager. That was their efforts in doing, and it's going to be a savings. It will represent savings and efficiencies for the utility moving forward.
Performance measures and workload indicators. Primarily, our biggest performance measure is compliance with applicable state and federal drinking water standards, providing safe drinking water. Fire hydrant exercise and maintenance programs. These are workload indicators. So these are programs that we have recently initiated to maintain and extend the useful life of our assets. Our valve exercise and maintenance program, our meter pit and replacement program. We also do USA Dig notices. For people that are not aware of what a USA Dig notice is, we are bound by law to mark our utility when someone wants to do excavation, which recently the laws have changed and has expanded that role. So our utility, our water utility operators will get anywhere from 5 to 35 notices a day. So they're out marking, and that's the paint that you'll see on the ground and the roads and things like that. We are bound by law to do that. And then any customer services requests, so our ratepayers. They may want to do a leak investigation. They may have a concern with their water consumption or their meter pit or something like that. So we'll do those as well. Goals and accomplishments.
I wanted to go back to that dig thing.
Sure.
USA Dig. Now, that is not, if somebody wants to put a well on their property, that's not what's involved here in that process, is it?
Put a well on their property?
Yeah.
You would call a dig notice because you're essentially digging, but that wouldn't be something that we wouldn't be concerned with the well per se. We would be just more concerned with marking our utility.
Okay. But a resident that owns a property can't just start drilling on their property for water.
Correct. Yeah. Any resident, anyone that does any kind of excavation, it's not just a contractor. If you want to, excavate in your own yard, you're required to submit a USA Dig notice. It should be noted the water utilities liability ends at the meter pit. We actually don't go on private property and mark their service line to their home, just at the meter pit. What you see before you is goals and accomplishments. So the capital improvement program through the engineering side of the water utility, here's a list of some accomplishments that we've completed or started in fiscal year 23-24. So we completed the Eagle Ridge water booster station. So that was a complete rehabilitation that sends water from for the Carson Valley water system up to the Eagle Ridge tank. We completed the Upaway water meter project. That installed water meters throughout the whole Upaway water system, which previously they did not have water meters for consumptive billing. We completed the multi-year Cave Rock water system improvement. That was the multi-year $20 million project. We completed the Genoa Lakes well number 2 rehabilitation, which includes a condition assessment, a rehabilitation, and putting that thing back online to extend that asset life. The completion of the Sierra Country Estates well number 1, that's a typo, it should be saying well number 1, similar to what we did with the Genoa Lakes well number 2 rehab. So we video it, we assess it, we do a rehabilitation program, and then we put that thing back online, extending the service life of that asset. We completed the Genoa Lakes booster modification, which now allows us to increase production in that location of the valley. We've begun the design of the Mountain View water tank replacement, which is a large project that we'll undertake in the next years to replace the actual Mountain View water tank, which has reached its useful life. And we've begun the Lake Ridge Tank Technical Memorandum, which looks at are we providing adequate storage in the Lake Tahoe Basin for the Cave Rock water system. So how does this match with our proposed strategic plan, fiscal year 24-30? So this addresses deficiencies in aging infrastructure. On here is the organizational chart. So you'll see Phil Ricker as the director, myself as the deputy director. And then under me, I have the engineering department. So I have a senior civil engineer, a civil engineer, and a civil engineering technician. And then I also have our wastewater operations manager, which was a new position that was created within the county. And then I also have our water operations manager and then administrative services, which supports the utilities.
From a budget standpoint, as I mentioned, there are actually two funds that we're going to be discussing here within the water utility. The first is the regional water system. On the regional water or wholesale water system, we are in a cooperative agreement with the town of Minden, ourselves, Indian Hills, and the Carson City on distribution, essentially distribution of water. The water is produced on the Minden system, delivered to our system, Douglas County. We pay a fee for the water coming into our system, and then we distribute that water. We consume some of that water in our system, but fundamentally we distribute that water up to the two additional users, which is Indian Hills, GID, and Carson City, under the wholesale water agreement that was entered into 2005 timeframe, back around 2005 or 6. On the revenue side, so what we're looking at here is the water user fees, and that's the water that fees that are paid by the city of Carson City and Indian Hills GID for the water that is distributed to both of their systems. On the expense side, the major line item here is the water itself. That we are billed by the town of Minden for the water that enters into our system. That's that line item that you're looking at. That is projected under a cooperative under a new agreement we have that we're bringing forward. That the entities all agreed to is a 4% increase to the cost of the water. And that will be built into the budget for the next few years. Aside from that, the utility costs have been escalating, as everyone knows from their own personal use at home and stuff. Not because we're using more power, just the rates have gone up. So we're budgeting power for the regional system at the 2024 budgeted amount with an 8% increase for Embry Energy. And then maintenance repair is the only other line item here that had a large increase. It's a very small number, but we're looking at a planned chlorine enhancement program, chlorine system upgrades at the Sunridge booster, which is the main booster that moves water from the Douglas County system into the Carson City area. Then we're going to switch gears to Fund 320. Are there any questions on the regional water system before I move forward?
You mentioned your chlorination. Are we using chlorine generators, or are we purchasing chlorine?
Rick Robillard, Deputy Director, Public Works, for the record. We use sodium hypochlorite, so liquid chlorine. We do not generate chlorine on site or use gaseous chlorine.
Okay, thank you.
So on the water utility itself, the fund, this is our main water utility, Fund 328. Again, on the revenue side, the predominant line item there is water user fees. This is the fees paid to us based on the rate resolutions that were approved for both the residential and commercial side for the water that we supply to our customers. And then in addition to that, we've got fees for setting meters and some additional fees for service calls and miscellaneous charges. But 100% of that revenue and the revenue that we're going to discuss right now and the expenses are generated by the users, by our customers, and we have a fiduciary responsibility to then put that to its best possible use. In the addition, The only other fee, again, or the other source of revenue is really contributed capital, which is the connection fees for new connections and new development connecting into our system. On the expense side, the only thing I would point out there is from the water utility standpoint, line 520090, which is the water charges, that's just being adjusted based on our current trending and current usage. You'll see the lab testing that we've got an increase to the 2024 budget for lab testing. We're doing more work, but the outside labs are, and the costs have gone up with labs, but in addition to that, the regs with the EPA have increased, and so we're changing those, we're adjusting for that.
Could I just ask, because you jumped over the power, I just wonder why this is 29% increase and the other one was 8%.
I'm sorry, on the power?
The last one we went through, you said there was an 8% increase because of the increase in cost of power, and you estimated that. This one's at 29%. I was just wondering why the big difference.
So the budget actually is built, it's built based on this budget is built on the 2023 actual with a 8% increase over that, which is how we got to the 351 number. So it is based on an 8% increase. The 29% is based on the adopted budget from 2024. So we're adjusting for closer to the actuals in 2023. We believe, I'm not sure what the anomaly was in 2024 that caused that power cost to go down. I'll be quite honest. We're trending much higher than that. Yeah.
Commissioner Rick Robillard for the record. We are also seeing a trend in power reduction due to the Cave Rock project. We installed more efficient filters. We also replaced 15,000 linear feet of pipe, which now we have less non-revenue water, which is water leaks in the piping. So we saw our production go down, which is a good thing. And so we see a reduction in power as well.
Okay. Other highlights that I want to point out in the budget are the training and education. I'm sorry. Yeah, training and education. That's really based on the number of operators we have. We had in the previous year trainees and operators moving into their Tech 1 certification with the state. There's continuing education that is going on with those, and we're budgeting for the additional cost and expense. And then chemicals, again, that's just that's an inflationary adjustment. Same with water meters, which is line 532.007. We're just adjusting for the cost of the new meters, as well as the fact that we've got a focused programs now on meter replacement and upgrades. Meter replacement and upgrades is twofold, I'll say, in terms of, it doesn't show up necessarily on the budget here, but it shows up on the administrative side. We run a meter read program on a monthly basis to generate the usage. That had been trending with, of the 4,000 or so meters in the field, we were probably trending closer to 100 meters every month that had to go out, that staff had to go out and do a reread on because the reads were missing or were not being picked up by the automated system. Through a meter replacement program, which is a one-time cost to go in and replace the meters, we've now brought that down. We're averaging right now around maybe less than 30 on order about 30 meters a month that have to be reread. And we're really focusing again on those meters to replace them and upgrade them to newer technology to bring that number down. So the expense on meters really is saves on our overall expense for the operations of the utility. As I said before, uniforms is part of the DCA contract, so you'll see a line item increase there. And then the major repair and maintenance, again, that's just an allocation based on the fiscal year 2020 base budget, so we're just adjusting back to that. Unlike other departments, because these are enterprise funds, essentially the money we allocate into major repair and maintenance or into any of those areas is really a contingency that's set there for use. It's not taken out of the, if we don't use it, it just rolls forward into the next fiscal year. We're not robbing someone else's budget as a result of this.
Mr. Richter, before we leave this page, the bottom line, professional services, that's quite a substantial increase there. Can you explain why we're going to experience, what's anticipated there for professional services?
Remember the water utility, what we're doing? Is that part of the
Potential rate study.
Commissioner Gardner? We're budgeting for. Yes, Commissioner Tarkanian, on behalf of Commissioner Gardner, we are setting aside funds for a rate study on the utility. The last rate study was done in 2019, and it was in its final year. So we're actually going to be holding rates at the current rate, at the last rate adjustment that was done in this fiscal year going forward. But we're going to be setting aside funds for a future rate study to bring forward.
I thought we already did the rate study, and we have a 5-year plan on increasing that. Was that sewer versus?
That was the sewer.
That was sewer. Okay.
Let's see if there's anything else of note here. Okay. And with that, water utility supplemental requests. Again, the water utility, so utility bed truck is a supplemental request that will be run through the motor pool, but it'll be funded from this. So it runs through motor pool, but it's funded through the utility to fund that. We are working diligently to with our staff to work on the ability to self-perform for minor excavation type work, meter pit replacements, some of the additional field work or valve replacement, which we had been contracting with. We're now in a position to be able to do that. So you approved this past year a small mini, what do they call it? It's from like a small Vector trailer, a smaller version of that for site excavation. And this dump trailer will be utilized with that piece of equipment to be able to off-haul the spoils from that work. And we're also going to be working with Motor Pool on upgrades to 2 additional vehicles for the additional staff we have in the utilities. And with that, I will open it up for questions on the water utility.
I don't see any red lights on. I can't see any red lights on anyway. It looks like there's no more questions from the board. Thank you for that presentation. Mr. Richter, do we have any more presentations before lunch, or are you?
Yes, we do. Let me get to those. We have the sewer presentation and the airport presentation are on the schedule right now to happen before lunch.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we will move into the sewer presentation at this point.
Rick Robillard, Deputy Director of Public Works, for the record. We're going to now do my favorite utility, the sewer utility. Our mission statement, which is also found on our website under Public Works under the sewer to provide safe, reliable, and cost-effective sewer collection and treatment services to our customers to protect.
Not aesthetic, huh? I mean,
Not aesthetically pleasing. Maybe. We strive for it. To protect and preserve the water resources of Douglas County.
We will take note that we will add to that we are a generator of aesthetically pleasing effluent.
Yeah. In our department function and description, so Douglas County Sewer Utility owns and operates a sanitary sewer collection and treatment system within Carson Valley. It's considered the North Valley wastewater system. We do not own or operate any sewer collection or treatment facilities in the Lake Tahoe Basin. Performance measures and workload indicators. So also compliance with applicable state and federal wastewater standards. For the last calendar year, we treated 177 million gallons of wastewater. We maintain and operate 15 sewer lift stations, including 1 treatment plant. We maintain and operate 80 miles of gravity and pressure sewer pipe. And we also have to do USA Dig notices as a requirement under the excavation law.
One question.
Yes.
What happens with your treated wastewater?
So our treated effluent gets stored in a pond, and we have an agreement for field application with formerly known as the Bentley-Kerman Tract, which is now has a new name. So we allow our treated effluent to be used for irrigation purposes. And then our solids get dewatered and then hauled to the landfill. Capital Improvement Program fiscal year 23-24. So here's some goals and accomplishments that we've done within the sewer utility. So we began a CCTV Phase 1 condition assessment of the gravity sewer collection pipes. This is year 1 of a 5-year CCTV videoing of our gravity collection pipes. So historically, we have not done a condition assessment of our gravity pipes. So this will be the first in a 5-year program, which will then allow us to engineering assess the condition of our pipes and plan for our capital improvement needs in the future. We are in the middle of the rehabilitation of the Barleen SNL sewer lift station. The project, I believe, is scheduled to actually open bids today at 2 o'clock. So from there, it'll anticipate going into construction probably within the next 3 months. We just awarded and are beginning construction on our effluent storage pond embankment repair Phase 2, which will finish the embankment repair armoring, which was directed by the Division of Safety of Dams. Well, we did our completion of the clubhouse sewer lift station preliminary design report. That is the critical infrastructure within our sewer collection system that sends all sewer flows from the west side of the valley over to the east side of the valley. We rehabilitated 11 manholes to prevent groundwater infiltration. So within the last 2 years with the large winters and wet springs, we see a lot of infiltration into the sewer system with groundwater. So we are now going through a process of sealing manholes to prevent this groundwater. That's just a added cost of treatment that we should not incur to treat groundwater. And then we also hired the wastewater operations manager, which is a new position within the county. So they are the chief responsible operator of the North Valley wastewater treatment plant.
Phil Ritker, Director of Public Works, for the record. Just a couple of things I wanted to elaborate on here with what Mr. Robillard said, and that is the clubhouse sewer lift station. the order of magnitude of that is, it's called Clubhouse because it's located at the Genoa Lakes Golf Course near their maintenance facility station off of Clubhouse Drive. But it's no small task to realize that 100% of all waste generated on the west side of the valley in the North County. So whether it's from that golf course or whether it's from the town of Genoa, whether it's from Wally's, it basically flows through that lift station, and then is to be pumped over to, basically pumped down Genoa Lane across Highway 395 and out to Hayborn to the wastewater treatment plant. So when we talk about critical infrastructure, if that was not maintained and properly operated, it would create a significant issue for our ability to operate the wastewater treatment plant. With regards to the rehabilitation of the manholes and the project we're starting there, in addition to the CCT initiative, it really is, we've had known, we knew that we had sort of a burgeoning problem or issue to deal with, but I think last year during the floods, when the wastewater treatment plant went from an average daily operation of about 0.4 million gallons per day to something in the excess of 1.1 million gallons per day, almost a threefold increase in the influent into the plant, which was not because people were utilizing their services more, it was because we were seeing water from the flooding infiltrating our system and basically overwhelming the treatment plant. Now, the treatment plant by design was able to handle that in a high flow mode, and we were not ever in jeopardy of causing any kind of issue or having an issue. But clearly that costs a lot of money to treat a lot of excess water, because we're not really treating waste at that point, it's just water. So just want to make that clear.
This organizational chart, I'm sorry, Rick Robillard for the record. This organizational chart is the same as you saw with the water utility. So you'll see Phil as the deputy director, the director, myself as the deputy director. I manage the engineering department and the wastewater utility and the water utility. It should be noted that the utility technicians do not work between the utilities. So you'll have, even though their title is utility technician, systems technician, we'll have dedicated wastewater and we'll have dedicated water operators. That wasn't historically the same in the past. I mean, prior to me being here at the county, we did have utility technicians operate between both. So they carried both wastewater and water certifications. But with the complexity and the size of the utility growing, we now have dedicated wastewater operators and water operators. No.
Okay, Phil Whitker for the record. Similar to the water utility, the sewer utility is completely ratepayer funded. So again, all of the dominant line item there is the user rates or the fees for service. And then contributed capital, like it is in the water side, there is a fee for connection to the system. Predominantly, this is driven through new development, but as private individuals, if their septic fails and are in a position to be able to connect to the system, they would be contributed in there as well.
Do we have any, I know this is kind of a little bit off the subject, do we have any knowledge of, have we had failures in the septic systems? And do you know the number and how many have actually connected then into our system?
Phil Whitker for the record. We would only really be aware of septic failures or issues in the I'll call it in the sort of the East Valley area, which is really predominantly where historic septic systems were put in prior to any creation of a sewer utility or in that system. And no, it's fairly minor. I think we've had in the past year we've had I think two customers come forward or needed to connect. It's not right now. It's not a big. There's not a lot of failure up there. Let's see. In terms of highlights within the expense side, really, you'll see there's an increase for telephone and communications. With modern technology and with the operators, as Rick said, there's a lot of field operations here where they're out at one of the 15 lift stations or the 80 miles of sewer pipe. So we rely on SCADA and GIS technology for them to be able to do their job. So we're upgrading in the department with iPads that'll allow them to work better remotely. Again, lab testing. The new sewer wastewater operations manager has made it as an initiative to really manage the treatment plant based on real-time data and information. So we're increasing our lab testing, or increasing lab testing budget and supply budget there for the ability to do testing in-house and move a lot of testing. It's not the regulatory testing. We can't reduce the amount of testing that's done by an outside lab from a regulatory standpoint, but from a efficiency standard and managing the plant itself, we are taking on more testing internally. That I think in turn will lead to better performance of the plant itself and should lead to reduced energy costs and consumption by being able to manage that better. Training and education, which is line 520-200, that increase there is really to support what's called the NASCO pipeline and manhole inspection system. So in addition to the CCT program or the inspection program we're doing with an outside contract to do that, there is the analysis of the data and information. So we're training our staff to be able to perform that in-house. There's an anomaly in the budget. I think that might be on the next page. For sewer expense, no, I guess it was on the previous page, sorry. The sewer service line down there was forecasted back to zero. That's an anomaly because that was part of the program where we reconnected the Top C area. That flow used to go to Carson City. And we eliminated that. We connected that back up to the North Valley Wastewater Treatment Plant as a program in the previous year. But the Clear Creek system still flows and will always flow to Carson City. So there is a charge for the Clear Creek customers from that to Carson City that we're paying. And I think those are the highlights. Supplemental requests again for the wastewater, and these would be internal to our own fund. There's no request from the general fund. This is for a crane that would be mounted to one of our motor pool vehicles or sewer utility vehicles. These are with every lift station. There are pumps that are built into those that have to be serviced and maintained. These are not something you pull by hand. They're fairly beefy, so the crane will allow us to do that work internally without bringing in an external contractor to pull the pump. And then again, an upgrade, and this is going to be a shared cost between sewer and water for a utility bed truck for operations. these, unlike most motor pool vehicles where you can consider a motor pool vehicle in most situations to be a sort of a shared vehicle, the water utility operators, to be effective in their jobs, these vehicles really become their mobile office, that they're in them. They're in them the majority of their shift. They're very rarely in the office. So it's a dedicated vehicle per person, and we're just making sure that every employee has the right tools, including the truck, to be able to perform their job successfully. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
So both of these supplemental requests, both on this sewer utility and in the water utility fund, those are not requests out of general funds. Those are just requests out of those special funds, enterprise funds that are directed by the department.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board? Yeah, I'm not going to make any sewer jokes. When I went on the sewer authority at the lake, my wife came up with a bunch of them, but probably not right before lunch. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Good afternoon.
Well, hey, no, you don't get to just jump in.
Sorry.
Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record. The last enterprise fund that is going to be presented this morning for you is the airport. Giving this presentation in its entirety without any help from me is going to be the new airport manager, Heather McDonnell. And as you can already tell from the way her slides were created, I have nothing to do with this.
Good afternoon. Heather McDonnell, for the record. Obviously overly excited. I apologize. And I also accidentally printed on big paper. That was not on purpose. Okay, thank you for your time today. We'll go over just a quick rundown of the airport. I know everyone's getting hangry. I appreciate you guys letting me sneak this in. So the Minden Tahoe Airport mission statement: to promote the Minden Tahoe Airport as a safe, friendly, premier general aviation community airport through public education, awareness, and business development with planned growth. The Minden Tahoe Airport is a non-towered general aviation airport that serves a wide variety of aviation activities for the community and its visitors. Next page. The airport department is responsible for operation, management, and safety of the users. Obviously, within that, the total airport encompasses 996 acres that we manage and maintain. 77 land leases within the 996 acres and 78 county-owned hangars. We perform maintenance on airport facilities, equipment, and over 3 million square feet of runways, taxiways, and ramps. With limited staff. The airport maintains relationships with the Federal Aviation Administration, NDOT, which might surprise you that Nevada Department of Transportation has a state aviation manager that I deal directly with. They're very important. They actually have a new program this year where they're handing out their side of the grant, which matches our match for our federal grants. So, and you think of NDOT, you think of roads, but they're actually very important to the airport operations also. We also ensure compliance with other federal, state, and local regulations. When you say FAA, you think of 10 people in an office telling the world how to fly commercial planes. But there's actually multiple divisions of the FAA that we deal with, and none of them talk to each other, in case you're wondering. So we deal with our Airport District Office, also known as our ADO for grant administration. And then we also deal with our FSDO, or Flight Standards District Office, for trainings and compliance issues and complaints. The airport plans and executes capital improvements by procuring these federal funds while staying in compliance with all grant assurances. And of course, one of my most important things is maintaining public relations. I also wanted to give you a quick tutorial on the businesses and services at the airport. Just to run through them real quick, these are services offered at the airport or businesses that we work with. So there's obviously business and personal transportation. There's a lot of people that have their own personal planes, and there's also charters. The FBO has a couple of jets that they charter out, so it's a busy place for business and personal transportation. Of course, we want to be available for air ambulance service whenever needed. It's an important part of our community to make sure that we have a spot for the air ambulances to go. There's flight training that happens, Civil Air Patrol. Civil Air Patrol, in case anyone doesn't know, is also very important to have at the airport. They go out and look for missing planes, so if a plane ever went down, they would be able to use their ELT devices and go look for that plane and find it. We have a couple aircraft maintenance jobs out there with some services and businesses. We also have military and local training operations. Every once in a while, I'll get a phone call from Fallon saying, hey, we're going to bring in 10 Osprey. Watch out. And of course, aerial firefighting. We have the NDF and other Forest Service agencies out there with their helicopters on a regular basis, but then during fire season, it really ramps up and becomes an important integrity part of the community, making sure that we have that for the community safety. And there's also a skydiving business out there. They're a lot of fun to watch, but you'll never see me doing it. Okay, our goals. So our goals for the 24-25 fiscal year are to update our airport layout plan, which will be encompassed in our airport master plan. We're doing this for a number of reasons. One of the reasons is we had a large lease become available of just over 80 acres, which we're going to try and get planned and encompassed in our master plan for development. And also, we want to address any concerns from any airport stakeholders or the community regarding airport expansion. Number one goal, promote development with sustainable growth. Number 1.5 goal, organize events to provide public outreach and education. I think those are the two most important goals the airport can have, even though they're listed 3 and 4. On one side note, real quick, when we're talking about events to provide public outreach, I wanted to let everyone know that tonight at 6 p.m. at the Douglas County School District meeting office right off of Airport Road, the U.S. Naval Department is going to be doing a presentation on the expansion of the restricted airspace. If that's something that you're interested in, I encourage you to swing by at 6 o'clock. It's going to be interesting to me, I hope. Okay, accomplishments. So, as you know, the airport has gone through a rather tumultuous transition in management. So, a lot of this last year was basically figuring it out, figuring out what needs to be done and how we can do it in the best practical manner. So, we completed $8,000 of deferred maintenance to vehicles and equipment. This includes equipment, and you'll see it in our budget, equipment that was slotted to be discarded that we were able to repair and put out on the runway for snow removal. And also some sweeper maintenance and machines that were considered not any good. We were able to repair them to a very functional state, so they're very nice for the airport to have. We also rehabilitated the dirt runway 30 Gulf. When we first arrived, we were told that 3-0 Golf would never come back on because it was completely destroyed by the flood event, and it had giant chunks of asphalt in it, and it was in disrepair. But we were able to partner with the road department, and they came out and were able to get that runway up and going for mostly our glider tow planes. And it was a huge success, and it was a very nice cooperative experience to where we got only a bill for their time and not having to mobilize a whole crew for it.
Forgive me for asking, I came out of naval aviation. What is the G for besides golf?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Your runway 30G golf, what is the G for?
So 30G for golf, it's we have 3-1 and 1-6 golf. 30 runs parallel with that, so it's just an add-on.
Doesn't mean gravel, does it?
No, it is a dirt runway, but G is just the same as the parallel runway. Moving on, accomplishments, we also completed $8,500 worth of building repairs and maintenance. This included painting the admin building and doing the outside repairs to bring it up to standards for, I would think would be a county standard. We updated failing fire alarm systems in all county hangars. They were, every time it rained, they would call the fire department, and the fire department would have to come out and check. There was multiple shorts and issues, so we were able to use our, what's the word? I want to say COVID money, but that's. ARPA? No, it wasn't ARPA. What's the other one? CARES. Thank you. CARES. We're able to use our CARES funding to update those fire alarm systems within the county hangars. We reestablished a welcoming culture to the airport community and visitors. There was a time where it was not so welcoming based on the events that were happening out there, and we were able to reverse that and make sure that everyone knew that the county knows that the airport is an important place in the community, and so.
Phil Whitker, I said I wasn't going to say anything, but now I will. So I just want to tell you that give kudos to Heather for the accomplishments over this last year, especially considering most of this happened when she was doing double duty as the interim airport manager and still working within the finance department on a full-time basis. It's an understatement when she talks about the rehabilitation of that dirt runway, 30 Golf. That is, it is a dirt runway, but it is integral to the glider community out there. And she's right, if you saw the before pictures or how that really looked when I first walked out there after the floods, there was no way that thing was going to ever be back up and running, and yet they were able to accomplish that. And that, in terms of public outreach and a welcoming events to the airport community, that one step went a long way in terms of reestablishing sort of good faith and cooperative agreements with, or cooperative attitude with the users of the airport, that we were able to do that on their behalf. And the second thing is the failing fire alarm system. That sounds, I won't say trivial in a sense, because you bring a contractor and they do the work, but that was another huge coordination effort with all of the airport tenants. When we talk about 78 county-owned hangars, we had to interface with all 78 of those occupants, because they had to be able to move all of their planes and stuff out of their hangar so the contractor could go in to rewire the entire fire alarm system throughout their buildings. So it was a big coordinated effort between the contractor, the facilities group, and Heather to be able to orchestrate that and carry that out.
And to be fair, Jeff managed that project. I just did what he told me to. Okay, so as you can see, I have some before and after pictures for you. The airport admin building, when I got there in May, and the airport ad building come July. And then here's our 30 Golf runway before and after for your viewing pleasure. Okay, organizational chart. Thank you, Mr. Richter, for this. So we have our Director of Public Works overseeing deputy, and then the Deputy Director. So the airport has an airport manager, airport office specialist, and an airport operations specialist. With that, under fleet and facilities, the airport is also funding 2 maintenance specialists. Okay. Should I go over every line?
You do whatever.
So airport revenue is largely in part to rents and leases and land leases. That's where we get 90% of our income. Of course, with every project, we provide or live and die by our federal funding. The airport gets $150,000 a year from entitlement funding from the FAA, which we can save and spend all at once, or spend $150 every year. Or we can put in grant applications and ask for additional discretionary funding, which is not always guaranteed. So our livelihood depends on our rents and leases, as we are an enterprise account, and so we're trying to be self-funded as much as possible. This slide shows miscellaneous revenue, which I never budget for, but you can see obviously the blinding special events line item, obviously the air show, and the $30,000 is a placeholder, hoping that we can get other smaller events in this year and next year to build up to a larger air show again, because we know that that's also very important to our community. Does anybody have any questions? No? Okay. Airport expenses. So with the turnover, with the management style and the different budgets being everything under the county, this looks kind of wonky. It's it's going to get better. Next year will be better. We'll have actual numbers. Of course, when we took over in May, there were weeds that were up to our hips all over the place. Some airplanes couldn't leave their hangars because their wings got caught up in the weeds on the side of the taxiways and runways. So we did have to hire the Parks Department to come in and help manage that because we didn't have any staff. So they were gracious enough to come in and spray, and then we had some people mow down weeds. Jeff was a big help with that. He spent hours out there. But that does come with an added cost when you're hiring that out and you don't have the maintenance. So this year we have a pretty good handle on it. We've already ordered the chemicals and already started spraying, so we won't have that same issue this year. Also, as Phil said before in the previous presentations, these budgets are based on 2023 actual amounts. So there is some discrepancies just based on that. Another thing I want to point out is the vehicle maintenance line item, either for shop and outside repairs. That has that huge 189 and 840% increase. That was due to the failing condition of all of the machinery and equipment when we got there. The contractor's staff previously said that they did all of their maintenance in-house and they didn't use our facilities department. And so we changed that. We are using our fleet and facilities department and fixing everything to standard so that we can count on it in the future. And so those costs are high this year doing all of that, but it will not remain that way moving forward. Okay. Right here you can see professional service line item at the top. 2024 adopted budget was $556,370. That, of course, was the contract to manage the airport. We went ahead and left some money, we left $100,000 in there, not knowing what kind of projects were going to come around the pipe where we're going to need some engineering services that aren't grant funded. I don't anticipate spending that dollar amount, but just to be on the safe side, not knowing what's coming, we went ahead and put it in there. I also would like to point out that in your packet, you can see that salaries and benefits for the airport now is where this 44% and negative 40% went to salary and benefits. So salary and benefits total $533,315, and the 2024 amended budget was going to be $556,370. So it's no additional cost right now in salaries and benefits. Questions? Okay, airport supplemental requests. A new snow blade for one of the trucks we have out there. We were trying to make sure that we're able to use all of our in-house resources for snow removal rather than hiring outside contractors. So we want to be able to use all of our equipment possible that we have for snow removal. Luckily, we didn't have another snow event like we did the year before. So it was a good learning curve for us, and we got everything good and battened down. So one new snowplow blade, and then so 2 motor pool vehicles. This is due to the maintenance, 2 maintenance positions that are falling under facilities. So they're required to have vehicles for new FTEs.
Mr. Chair. Question, what kind of vehicles are these that you pay $101,000 for? Out of a motor pool that's been retired.
Just 2.
I know that's 2.
Carolyn?
Phil Ritker, Director of Public Works for the record, and yeah, Carolyn can probably deal with this more probably. This is actually, what you're looking at here is a retirement, what I'll call sort of retirement costs. The actual cost differential here is the $18,000. I believe we're basically doing a one-time transfer of cost for the 83,000 the vehicles are, or for the 83,000 and the value of those vehicles against the purchase price. So the net differential is like $20-some thousand. This is a very cost-effective way for us to take vehicles that in motor pool would normally be going off of rotation and quote out to auction. But if the vehicles are in good shape, we basically purchase them and bring them back in, not as a motor pool vehicle, but as an owned asset, essentially. So it's just it does. There are certain vehicles, just because of the mileage in the year and the service, and we know the service history and maintenance on them. It really doesn't make sense to take them out to auction where we know we'll get pennies on the dollar versus redeploying those vehicles as part of our fleet.
Okay, so you're saying it's worth $83,000, but not really.
Carolyn Cheffo for the record. This particular one, there will also be, when we review the supplemental request, there's a similar item for the emergency services department. They have these 2 vehicles right now, but they're not really suitable for the job that they're doing. And so they are requesting funds to replace those 2. And since they're not at the end of their service life, we were going to move them into this position. I'm sorry, I know I'm not saying this very clearly. But anyway, so we were going to repurpose them since they're not at the end of their useful life yet. And but the replacement reserves for the 2 vehicles that are being used in the general fund will go to replace those vehicles. And so these 2 vehicles no longer have replacement reserves to replace them when they reach their end of their useful life. And so that money will come from the airport so that when they do reach their life, the end of their life, the money will be in the motor pool to replace them so they don't have to come back and ask for more money to replace them, if that makes sense.
have no further questions.
Commissioner Rice.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I had a couple
Go ahead.
questions. Thank you. Thank you for the job you're doing out there, Ms. McDonnell. It's, I hear nothing but accolades from our airport users, and so we appreciate what's gone on. The last time that we looked at it, I think there was somewhere in the neighborhood of 80 airplane owners that desired hangar space. And so are we looking at methods of expansion of our hangar facilities? Number one, because that could generate a tremendous amount of revenue, as I understand it. And number two, an air show has been really an element of our community that our community has really enjoyed and looks forward to in the future enjoying. So hopefully we're looking at an outside perhaps vendor that will bring in an air show, maybe not to the scale of the previous, but so those are just a couple of questions I had. I have no other questions about your budget though, so.
Sure, I can speak to that. Heather McDonnell for the record. Yes, you are correct on both accounts. The air show is incredibly important to the community and myself. I think it's a great way to promote our airport. So as far as the scale of the air show that we've had in the past, I can tell you that the Thunderbirds are booked out through 2026. The booking that for here, unfortunately left with the management to go somewhere else. So we have to get on their list and get back on. So it's not going to happen before 2026. But with that, I'm working on having a smaller scale air show and bringing in some people that have performed before on a smaller scale at our airport. And also, I'm also working on an airport day where it would be free admission, just bringing the public in and having certain smaller scale, not only air show, but exhibits and kids' days so that we can make sure that we're bringing the public out and letting them see the airport and being a part of it. As far as the hangar wait list, as of yesterday, I have 99 people on the hangar wait list. It is a lot, and I would love to build more hangars. We're looking at probably bonding to do that. So I don't know when would be a good time to do that, considering the county's currently bonding pretty large amounts right now. I don't think the airport can bond without the county's help as far as their revenue versus liabilities is concerned. But also with that wait list, we need to recognize that for the last 3 empty hangars, I went down 31 phone calls before I found someone to take it. So some people want specific type hangars. They want a south-facing hangar where the snow melts, or they want one close to the bathroom, or they want one that's bigger and not smaller. So if we do build additional hangars, we can keep that in mind. But right now, it's a kind of a long, tedious process to fill an empty hangar.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, just don't ever get rid of the tail dragger, please.
No, sir, I don't
And
intend
now I
on
can
getting rid of
assume-
anything.
Now I can assume that G stands for glider.
It actually really has no value other than golf.
Thank you. And by the way, everything I hear says that you're doing a wonderful job out there along with your crew.
That's nice.
Thank you for keeping our airport afloat.
It's not something that I realize I'd have so much passion about, but I really do. So you're welcome. I enjoy it. Thank you.
Mr. Richter, are we done for the morning?
We are. Phil Richter for the record. We are done for the morning. We will kick off the afternoon session with your ability to watch paint dry with building services.
Okay, it is now, looks like almost 10 minutes to 1. We'll take 1 hour and we'll come back at 10 minutes to 2. Okay. It is now 1:50, and if we have a county manager and if we have a district attorney, we can get going.
You can proceed without him if you would like. I can go find him.
No, that's all right. We'll just proceed, and he can catch up when he gets here. All right, Mr. Richter, you are back on.
Okay. Phil Ritker, Director of Public Works for the record. We're going to start with the, this is actually a general fund, 101 building services. At Commissioner Tarkanian's request, are there any questions? I will turn it over to Jeff McNamell, Fleet and Facilities Manager.
Good afternoon this time, Commissioners. Jeff McDonnell, Fleet and Facilities Manager for the record. So this portion, our building services, is very similar to our vehicle maintenance motor pool. Our mission statement is to provide efficient, high-quality maintenance to all of our Douglas County facilities for the health, well-being, and convenience of our citizens, visitors, and staff. Our department function is to maintain the building appearance, function, safety, security. We want to try and keep all equipment running as efficiently and effective as possible. And we do provide project management with outside contractors for major facility repairs. As you know, we have a small staff, so there are some of the bigger projects we do contract out to vendors. Our staff, if any of you are familiar with the ShareWell program, it's the ticketing process for maintenance requests. Thus far in this fiscal year to date, we have completed 1,152 requests. And they could be anything from, no hot water or, a door that's not closing up to something major, a roof leak. So those are all things just this fiscal year that we've taken care of. We do maintain roughly 350,000 square feet of facility space. We serve 22 facility locations between the valley and the lake. Our goals for this upcoming fiscal year, we want to refinish the epoxy floor in the Valley Jail. I don't know if any of you folks have.
Jeff, Mr. McDonnell, I apologize. Can we go back one slide? Because I think this is something that needs to be pointed out to the public. We recognize it, I believe, up here. I'm not sure the public does. 22 facility locations. That is a significant number, and that costs us money. Not only in use of rental space versus purchasing, but it also drags you and your crew all over the place versus a central facility, right?
Correct.
So that costs us money, and I think that's important for the public to understand. 22 facility locations. That needs to be somehow, that needs a vision, that's a vision that needs to be fulfilled by, maybe we won't get to it, but other future boards really need to take a strong look at that. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
And to add to that, Mr. Gardner, those 22 facilities that I'm referring to are facilities that Public Works takes care of. There are still other facilities that the community, Parks and Rec, Community Services take care of. So there are additional buildings on top of that as well. If, I'm sure at some point in time, all of you have gone into the jail for a tour. The epoxy floors in there, that's a goal that we would like to get taken care of this year. They're starting to peel, and it really comes down to a safety issue for the deputies as far as visibility of things and knowing seeing what's on the floor. So that is a goal that we want to try and accomplish this next fiscal year. We are working to upgrade and modernize 2 elevators per year over the next 3 years. That actually, next week on your agenda, one of those, the beginning of that project you guys will see. And basically that's it's exactly what it says, modernize. We have to get up to new standards, safety standards. We have been, across the state, they have given a period of time for everybody to get up to compliance. And I would like to start with this building here and the Minute Inn, as those two are they're the oldest ones and the furthest ones back. It is possible with the bids that we got that I might be able to accomplish a third this year, but we're gonna take off. We're gonna start with the 2 and go from there. We'd also like to replace the roof on the JLEC, not the jail portion of the building, but the JLEC itself. It's beginning to see some significant leaks, especially after last winter's storms. And also, my theme here is, as you can see, is the jail or the JLEC. Replace the fire alarm system in there. It too is starting to fail. That's one of our older buildings, so there are a lot of upgrades that are needed in that building. A couple of accomplishments. You can look back. We've accomplished, the 1,152 Cherwell tickets, but big ones. We did remove the underground storage tank at the admin building, the jail facility up at the lake, and that really came down to avoiding environmental impact complications. So that one is now behind us, and we don't have to worry about those kind of inspections or anything anymore. And I'm going to piggyback. Somebody had said that it's a dual effort. We were helpful in replacing the fire alarm system at the airport as well. So the organizational chart here again, and again, the administrative services staff are a big support to us. But on the maintenance side now, we currently have 3. We have the senior and 2 maintenance specialists. Monday, our maintenance assistant will be starting, and we are currently recruiting for an additional maintenance specialist. The assistant and the specialist, those are due to the taking on the airport. So we're getting closer with having full staff for that as well.
In terms of the finances for the building services, this is, as I said, part of the general fund, so there is no separate individual revenue for it. It's allocated straight through the general fund. We maintain, with all the facilities, obviously there's a significant cost for utilities, gas and electric in particular. And again, this is where we were budgeting based on 2023 actuals with an increase from that of roughly 8%, which looks like a 20% increase compared to last year's adopted budget.
So what is B&G?
Buildings and grounds. That's the next line item is, yes, maintenance of the buildings and grounds. That's just again, that is not the special projects type of program. So the elevator program that we're talking about was funded separately, was allocated last year by the board as a set aside for funding to upgrade those. So that's not directly in this budget, but it is. So that is a special project. That's a capital improvement project. This is just the basic maintenance for buildings and grounds. And again, it is budgeted based on the 2023 actuals with an adjustment for inflation. Janitorial services, again, this is for all of the facilities. Is that on this? That might be on the next page. Where am I looking at it? Was it there? Did I miss it? Sorry. Oh, the janitorial services. That is, again, we're under contract, so that's based on the contractual obligation with a 5% increase. Training and education is, again, we're adding headcount, and with each individual person that comes on board, there are some required training and especially on the locking systems and some of the computer systems that is an incurred expense with new hires. And the last thing is there is you'll see a line item down there at the bottom for $100,000. That is $100,000 per year gaming revenue, which was allocated to building services per resolution 2023 R-016. And from a supplemental request standpoint, with the addition of headcount and staff, it's requiring again, the staff in this function work independently with their vehicles and with the amount of distance and buildings and services that are required. It's really kind of goes hand in hand that with every new hire, it requires a vehicle in order to be able for them to perform their work. And with that, we're at questions.
I saw somebody reaching, but it doesn't look like they hit a button. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, and hit the next button.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Phil Rittker, Director of Public Works for the record. This is the Solid Waste Fund. This is a special revenue fund. It's basically based on a franchise agreement that we have both here at the lake and in the valley with two companies. The goal of solid waste obviously is to provide solid waste disposal services to protect the health and well-being of Douglas County citizens, both down here in the valley and at the lake. The department function, really it's less of a department than just an ancillary function of Public Works, is to maintain these franchise agreements for the contracted solid waste disposal and recycling programs, both in Tahoe Township and in the East Fork Township of Douglas County. The solid waste collection, just so everyone's aware, I want to just make this statement so they're aware of it, is solid waste or trash disposal is a voluntary program by residents. That is not, unlike most jurisdictions or most any area I've ever lived in, where it is a utility service that is mandatory for every homeowner. It is voluntary participation in it for Douglas County residents, with the exception of the towns. This was a vote of the people, but the towns have the ability to impose it as 100% obligation within their jurisdictions. The county does not. The county only has the ability to mandate it for commercial enterprises. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone's aware of that this is not a program that covers 100% of the county. It covers those who voluntarily choose to be in it. The goals and accomplishments, the goals really are to fund the infrastructure upgrades to the county-owned municipal solid waste facilities. So the county, as when we were mandated to close the landfill facility back in the 90s down here in the valley, and also one earlier at the lake, we went into the program and analyzed it and created what is called the transfer station. So essentially, trash and waste collected and recyclables collected in Douglas County are hauled to a transfer station where it is sorted and then put into larger, I'll call it semi-truck basically, for transport to the contracted landfills, which in our case are is the landfill at Lockwood, and to a lesser degree, the landfill in Carson City. So we manage that. We manage the franchise agreement with Douglas Disposal, Inc. down here in the valley, as well as the South Tahoe Refuse. The one at South Tahoe Refuse is unique in that it is a joint powers authority it is a cooperative agreement essentially with the city of South Lake Tahoe, El Dorado County, and Douglas County to provide service for that entire region through one provider. So we enter into agreements and franchise agreements there. As you're aware, just not too long ago, as part of that joint program, we approved a new franchise agreement with South Tahoe Refuse for the continued use or for their continued management of that facility at the lake. I did not put, apologize, I did not put any, at the time when I created this, did not put any goals or performance measures in here. But I did want to speak to that actually in hindsight. And what I wanted to speak to is really what's called diversion, or recycling / or diversion. And the effectiveness of that here. I know at several board meetings, there have been comments about that we do not maintain a recycling program here in the valley, or that we don't maintain a recycling program, curbside recycling. Again, on a voluntary basis, it would be a very difficult thing to manage. But Douglas Disposal here, as well as South Tahoe Refuse at the lake, manages recycling through their own operations and facilities. It is actually part of the franchise agreement that recycling is done. The Douglas County last year, or the diversion rate that we get from both the combination of South Tahoe Refuse and Douglas Disposal, between those two entities, looking at the 5-year trending and stuff, we divert roughly 40% of the solid waste collected from the landfill. So 40% of the trash collected or waste collected between both South Tahoe Refuse and Douglas Disposal does not end up in a landfill. Either ends up in recycling or as a green waste recycling or in other forms of diversion. So that's why they call it's really termed diversion. There is no mandatory threshold for that at this point. The EPA and NDEP has a goal for the state, or a goal of 25% diversion. We as an entity are well above that. Douglas County actually, just for the record, leads the state in the amount of trash that is recycled or diverted from landfills. When you take into consideration the roughly 40% that comes out of Douglas Disposal and South Tahoe Refuse, and you combine that with the towns and GIDs, or the two towns and their recycling efforts, as well as the Bentley, I call it their green waste program anyway. The Douglas County last year diverted close to 58% of its collected solid waste from landfill. That's the highest in the state. Far exceed the state the state as an entire entity diverts around 23% total. Douglas County contributes 58% of the, or is a 58% contributor to that. So I just wanted to make sure that was on the record.
This is a subject of interest to me. Can you tell me again the difference between the 40% and the 58%?
So the 40% number is what is attributable to the operations run by Douglas Disposal and South Tower Refuse. Independent of those two, or in addition to those two, in Douglas County, we have the town of Gardnerville and their trash collection system, and the town of Minden. I believe those are the only other two entities that are operating. So when you combine the diversion percentages that those two entities add into Douglas County as a whole, hits around 58% diversion.
So does this number account for curbside recycling? In other words, if some people divert before it ends up in the bin, collective bin, and then that collective bin is only 23%-ish, versus us, because we don't do curbside recycling. Do you know what I'm asking?
Yeah, I think, yes, Commissioner Hales, I think I understand. So we do not do curbside recycling, you're absolutely correct. One of the programs, though, that the franchise fee is one of the, and I'll get into this later, we can talk about it as I get into it, but I'll talk about it now. One of the programs that we do fund through the franchise fees for the benefit of the entire county is recycling locations. These large, you'll see them out at Jacks Valley School. I think a lot of them are most of them are in school areas, but in general, so residential customers can bring their cardboard, various different types of recycling, and put them in those bins. Those bins are then collected and by Douglas Disposal, brought back and would factor into this total recycling. In addition to that, though, there's also the transfer station has sorting lines where even though it's not curbside, they're sorting. It's an interesting dynamic here, I think, and I mean, this is more supposition on my part than fact, but when you consider that, I mean, Washoe County, their reported recycling for 2023 to the state was just around 30%. Clark County is down around 25%. Carson City came in around 15%. Douglas County, like I said, is about 58%. The next closest is Lander County. The other two are relatively small, actually, Lander and Eureka counties. Otherwise, everything drops really down below 30% and lower. And the only thing I can tell you is that it kind of speaks to the fact that the curbside recycling, one of the big issues with curbside recycling is cross-contamination. If you take a bin that's supposed to have, plastic waste in it, and you end up with a milk carton that hasn't been rinsed, that entire bin now becomes trash. It's no longer recyclable. If the entity that's collecting it does not have a method to sort. So what they're finding out on a national basis, and definitely in California, is that curbside recycling is actually less effective than an inline sorting process, because basically that cross-contamination, if they're not set up to sort once it gets to their facility, they have to throw the whole thing once it's contaminated. So it's kind of a trade-off. So I guess my point is, we don't have curbside recycling, and yet we lead the state in the amount of recycling diversion we do.
I was just asking if those numbers are truly apples versus apples.
The state, it's the numbers that each county has to report to the state on an annual basis. So this is not an independent, I mean, it's, put it this way, when the goal at the state is 25%, I think every entity would be doing their best to report a number, whether it's inflated or not. I don't think the county's numbers are inflated. I think we're dealing with it appropriately. and the other entities are really trying to catch up.
You're going to go?
A question about Douglas disposal. Just before you go into the gate to the transfer station, there's recycling going on, sorted by bins, glass, plastic, paper, cardboard, et cetera. Is that the kind of you're talking about in line?
No, Phil Ritker, Director of Public Works for the record. No, the inline sorting actually happens with the trash that's collected and brought into their main facility by their trucks. That's part of the thing you enter into up front where it's a side stream there. That is the voluntary program. So if you, as a resident, are collecting your own cardboard or collecting your own, sorting your own waste, you can bring it to that location, the transfer station. But you can also bring that same waste to numerous locations around the valley. I think we set up, close to 8 locations for that to happen.
And as a matter of experience, the collection station at the, no, not at the dump, at the school, does not take glass.
And does not take what?
Glass.
Okay.
I tried that once, it didn't work.
But I wanted to piggyback on top of that. What's impressive is that we do have because it's not a mandatory program, we have a lot of residents who obviously they have to get rid of their trash somewhere, okay? So they use the transfer station. What's impressive is that they do what I witnessed is that they do a very good job of sorting their plastic and their paper and cardboard and glass at their homes, so that when they go out to the transfer station, they go through that circle and just deposit that, because it reduces the weight on their vehicle as they take the rest of their trash. So they do a much better job than we could ever do in regards to sorting it and not contaminating it. So hats off to our residents who accomplish that task without participating in a trash service. So.
And I would ask anybody who here had lunch and you have a aluminum can with a tab top on it, you may have the tab top. I turned that into a well-known hamburger chain.
In terms of the organizational chart for the Solid Waste Fund, I'm showing here the administrative staff and myself, but in reality, it's a very small fraction of our time as allocated to this fund. There are no full-time equivalents, and the time that's associated with it doesn't even account to one full-time equivalent. In terms of the revenue, again, this is a special revenue fund, self-funding. The franchise fees are based on a formula in the franchise agreements for both Douglas Disposal Land and South Tahoe Refuse. I think the South Tahoe Refuse number here reflects the new franchise agreement and the additional service that is being proposed up there.
Phil, I had a question. It basically goes to all these ones that you've been showing. You have a great return on all these investments. I assume it's because we're adding more money into the accounts, not because of their amount they increase from their investments. Like this one's 230%. You have had others that were in the 80%. Is that accurate? Is it because we put more money into these accounts?
I do a really good. It's my side job to be an investment advisor. So I mean, thank you. I can leave business cards here if you'd like.
I just thought you knew everything, so I go back to you.
I'll just answer real quick. I'm Kathy Lewis, CFO for the record. We have one bank account, and then based on the fund balance in each fund, the interest earned gets allocated. So the return on investment is really a credit to the clerk treasurer's office. They are the ones that invest that fund and do that. So
Kathy,
Phil does a lot of great things. But
Ms. Lewis, that can't be a return of 230%. It's got to be. They had to put more money in, I would assume.
Right, you're exactly right. It's based on the estimated balance for next year and the interest earned and allocated. You're correct.
Man, and I was ready to hit you up for a salary increase. Now I can't. All right. And in terms of the expenses for this fund, again, we fund through the solid waste fund. The franchise fees pay for all of the trash services that are provided to all the county facilities, as well as some subsidies to the towns and GIDs. The big thing here, as I was mentioning, is the recycling expense. Again, that's funding the drop location boxes and things like that. Those efforts to maintain recycling doesn't come at no cost to us, but it's well worth the, in my opinion, well worth the effort and for the community. And with that, are there any questions?
Not really a question, but sort of an observation that somehow we may have stumbled on a way better and more efficient way of recycling by not having curbside. So it may be actually better after all these other communities have had it for years. We may be better off environmentally not ever having done it. It sounds like, maybe.
Good morning, John.
Good afternoon.
Who knows?
Okay, on to the next one. For the record, John Erb, Douglas County Public Works Transportation Engineering Manager. I'm going to cover all three transportation funds all at once, so we'll just go through this, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of questions. So we're going to start out with the Road Operating Fund 232. Our mission statement is maintain safe roads for all. The department function is, this is the in-house maintenance. We do general maintenance, snow plowing, gravel road grading. We maintain all the street signs. We do street sweeping, striping. The traffic signals is maintained through this. We do have one person that's got credentials within Douglas County to work on lights, but we contract that out to Carson City. I work pretty close with their signal maintenance guys, and they have all the equipment, trucks, and everything to do traffic signals and street light repairs. Other things that are not on here is we pick up roadkill, mainly deer and bear, the large animals. And then we do other items such as cleaning the roadside ditches after events. So that's the road operating. For the Tahoe Douglas Transportation District, we do maintain roads with those funds, and then we participate in transit operations with Tahoe Tahoe Douglas Transportation District, Tahoe Transportation, the MPO up there, as well as the microtransit. Performance measures and workload indicators for the road operating 232, just keeping the pavement maintained, cleaning out the roadside ditches, grading the gravel roads, refreshing striping, and signs and signals for visibility and functionality. A few facts that I didn't put in here. So Douglas County, we maintain 9.5 miles of gravel roads, 43 miles of grinding roads, and 188 miles of paved roads. So that kind of gives you an idea of the scope of our workload. We do have a pavement preservation program that we have in place. With that, we keep I guess, a log of the remaining life of the pavement, as well as we use that as a priority of when we do crack sealing and slurry. And that's another thing we do in-house is the crack sealing. Next slide. Goals and accomplishments. I'll start out with goals. Our equipment's getting really old. We want to purchase some new dump trucks. I have 2 new dump trucks that I would like to get with all the snowplow and sander attachments. And that'll help continue the countywide road maintenance. In our area, we do have trucks that are specific snowplow, they're 4-wheel drive with built-in sanders, but they only get used during the wintertime. So by getting dump trucks where we can place the sander box in them and use them as plows, we can get dual use out of them. We can use them for general maintenance, hauling material, and as well as snow plowing in the wintertime. So some of our goals are to make sure we get we're still working on last year's winter damage. We're looking at repairing all the roadside ditches that were damaged, mainly out in the Fish Springs area, and then the crack sealing, patching, and overlays in the areas. Local road maintenance is just the general items like sweeping and grading. We do grade, like I said, the gravel roads. It's on about a 6 to 10 week cycle. We try to use rain events so we don't have to haul as much water, but I'm sure you guys sometimes get calls regarding how rough, say, Pine Nut Road 2 is. But we do stick to our schedule and we get those graded. The other items are sweeping of the roads. We have 2 different types of sweepers. We have one for residential areas that have curb, gutter, and sidewalk. It's more of a vacuum type sweeper, and it picks up all the debris, leaves, pine needles. And then we have a rural road sweeper, which just sweeps everything off the road into the shoulder.
Mr. Herb, before you go any further on that, crack sealing, patching, overlays, that also includes pothole filling. Is that right?
That is correct. So we do have a patch truck where we can carry hauled asphalt, and we go out and do patching of potholes in small areas with that. And we do have a paver that we use, and we do in-house paving mainly on the local residential roads because RTC covers the regional roads. So
I wanted to ask you about that. There seems to be, whenever I've attended NACO conventions, there's always companies out there that are introducing new products for the patching of roads. I would imagine you're probably constantly taking a look at those materials as people find new and innovative ways of repairing cracks and potholes?
Yes. As crack sealing, I think I came to the board last year. We had switched to a mastic style crack sealing. It's a little thicker and harder, takes a special machine. We did rent that, we did place it, and it held up really good through the winter. I need to get that on the schedule again coming up. More and more agencies are switching to, because of the maintenance issues with crack sealing machines. As you're aware, we had a local crack sealing company out in the ranchos. Their machine blew up. Remember, last year out in the ranchos, that machine blew up, burned a couple employees. Anyway, more and more people are turning to renting them. So it's what used to be easy to get rented is getting harder, but we're working on that.
And I guess my question there more pertains to the ability to offer this, not necessarily for us to do it, but at least offer the technology, I suppose, or the information to, because we have some 20-odd GIDs that are responsible for the repair and maintenance of their own roads. We're not proprietary, I suppose, in regards to, we're not hoarding that information. They can certainly have the opportunity to reach out to you and find out what we're using and have found effective for our county roads that they may want to employ in their own GIDs rather than reinventing the wheel, so to speak.
John, for the record, yes, the Mastic product that we had, they did a test section for us, and they invited the towns, and I believe some of the GIDs were invited as well to that. And so they got to see it used on a test section where nobody had to pay for it and actually look at the product. So. Organization chart. We got this Phil and the deputy director above me, and then the administrative support staff on the road department side, myself, and then there's a civil engineer with me that's split between all the three funds. In the road department, we have a coordinator, two seniors, or three seniors. One's a sign specialist. He does all the ordering of the signs, reviewing of the signs to see which ones need to be replaced. And then we have 4 road maintenance operators. We've had 2 vacancies for the past year. I've offered the position to 4 different people, and we've been turned down every time. It's frustrating. The position does require a commercial driver's license. We're finding the number of people that actually apply is very, very low. It's really frustrating. So I'm hoping things will change on that and we can get those positions filled. 232 revenue. You got the room tax from East Fork, and then the 232 receives based on public road miles in Douglas County. We receive a portion of the gasoline tax from the state. There's the 1 cent option, then the 2.35, the 1.75, and the 1.25. I had finance a few months ago. I had finance print out the amount of money that we've gotten over the last 10 years in gas tax. And what I want to point out is 2018 was our highest year in revenue in the state gas tax, as well as the county gas tax. Our county gas tax, which goes to 430, and we'll get to that later, is the RTC funds. But our county gas tax in 2018 was $1,978,000 for that year. In last year, 2023, it was $1,828,000. So in the last 6 years, it's been declining. Why is that? Well, inflation is one. Gas prices went up, so people are driving less. The other is you got hybrid cars, electric cars, and new gas cars that have a higher miles per gallon. We also, in Douglas County, have a high volume of diesel trucks, which do not contribute at all to a county gas tax. It's called a special fuel tax. NDOT uses the special fuel tax for mainly commercial facilities, restaurants, and training of officers for commercial vehicles enforcement. So none of this revenue from the state comes from the diesel tax. So one of the indicators that I wanted to point out is in 2018 was our highest gas tax. Price for a ton of asphalt to purchase was $62, between the $60 and $62 range. My last invoice, we're paying $86 a ton. That's 38% increase. So gas revenue is going down by about 14%, but the cost of doing the work is going up 38% since 2018. So if you chart that out, it's not feasible. We're not the only ones having this problem. Carson City, they have a ballot initiative coming forward to increase their sales tax 0.25%. Washoe County, while they're not as bad as this, because they have an index on their county gas tax, and ours is 9 cents, theirs is up to 45 cents or more now. Washoe County,
And ours is 9.
yes.
Wow.
That's because they voted to index their gas tax. Indexing means the gas tax will increase with the construction price indexing.
So, and that's the gas tax, the county gas tax?
Yes.
Wow.
The state gas tax and federal gas tax has been the same for decades, so I wanted to get that out there just so you know kind of what we're dealing with in revenue.
That was me.
We're in a conundrum here on this issue. Once again, I've mentioned it at NACO meetings, both nationally and locally. And talking, for instance, with Supervisor Stacy Giomi just recently out of Carson City, they're experiencing, and I don't know that they have the miles of roads that we have in Douglas County. They're a smaller county, and yet they're deficient in their road funds by, they're estimating right now about $18 million. Mm-hmm. That's and they don't know how they're going to get there. And you're indicating that as the push for more fuel efficient vehicles is reducing it, and the impetus in regards to electric vehicles also is reducing that, with no return to the county to take care of our roads. But I believe that Carson City has done something, and something I think we need to take a look at, and that is regarding a surcharge on electric charging stations within the county, where we can recover some of that. Those electric vehicles who are stopping in our county to charge, using our roads, where we don't get any revenue. It would be nice to be able to put a surcharge on there so that we could get some revenue from that to help us with that. But those are some of the unique things that, and I know that NV Energy is looking at this, also, and they have the ability to do it, but there's no ability for us to gain from that. So this is a conundrum that's only going to get larger, and the gaps are going to only get larger as our revenues reduce, and yet the costs are escalating by the day. So I don't have an answer. I know you don't have an answer, but it's something the government really needs to start taking a hard look at.
Do you want to respond, or
I just wanted to state that you're right. It's at every level, and even NDOT's struggling. They've already exceeded they have two types of projects: state-funded projects and federally funded projects, and they've already exceeded their state-funded projects for the year and have placed a hold on advertising any more projects. But as far as electric vehicles, when you do register your car, you're required to give an odometer reading now, and they're using that to do analysis and studies to see if there's a better way to come up with funding for roads.
So let me ask you, besides the gas tax, when we have a development and they build 85 new homes, does part of their payments, and I assume property taxes or any other taxes, does any of that go into the maintenance of the roads? Because we're increasing the road usage from that.
Yes. So is that on RTC? I don't think we've gotten to that slide yet, but for each new home that's built, there's a residential Okay. Okay. Actually, we're to it, so. Go back. Right. No, I guess we're not to it yet. It's in the 430 fund, so when we get to it, I'll talk about it. The 232 fund, one of our biggest expense, and this year was an average year, so we're right on track for snow removal. Last year we exceeded it quite a bit, but we have items, weed spraying, we get charged for the weed spraying in our right of way. Snow removal, that's a big item. Utilities. So the county, even though the signals are on state highways, the county maintains them. And we pay for the operations of the signal. So as you can see, the utility bill is right around $70,900. So that's mainly for signal systems. Maintenance of traffic lights, like we maintain them. So it's about 100,000. We have 21 signals now in Douglas County because they just put one in at Warrior Way. So about 5,000 a year per signal is what it's costing to maintain them. Then our vehicle maintenance on the shop. We do have an aging fleet of roadway equipment, so $253,000 a year is projected for maintenance of our heavy equipment. Heavy equipment's expensive to maintain and run. Dropping next page. Just the standard items, small tools, cost allocations. So. Other maintenance and supplies, that's the other large dollar item you see on there. That's where we buy our plant mix. And we have to go to Carson City now. Brunswick Canyon is our closest place. So it used to be Bings, now we're traveling to Carson. So our travel time, our expense in getting plant mixes, but we're still putting a lot down, but it's not going as far because the cost has gone up 30% in 6 years. So. On to Fund 236. That's mainly just funded through the occupancy tax up the lake, and per the NRS, the Tahoe Douglas Transportation District revenues are required to stay up the lake. It's used for snow plowing and transportation projects. We do participate in a match for the MPO up there of $50,000 a year, and then there's the microtransit, which the board has obligated $600,000 for this past fiscal year. I imagine will be coming back to the board in the next couple of months on what's your next obligation for that. So, any questions on this? Okay. So 430 Regional Transportation Commission is responsible for the design, facilitation, and administration of regional road construction through capital improvement projects. So it includes reconstruction of roads, construction of new roads, and maintaining engineering standards for all modes of transportation. In the past 10 years, RTC has put in about $24 million in road reconstruction and about $5 million or more in pavement preservation projects such as slurry seals and chip seals. Our goal this year is to get the Moeller Parkway, our portion of Moeller Parkway constructed. We'll be opening bids on Monday, so that's exciting news. Then we're in the design process currently for Vista Grande Boulevard extension, and my goal is to get that out this year. We'll see how things go on that. And then the road pavement preservation program, every year we do a series of chip seals and slurry seals on regional roads. You may get calls why we're doing some of the newer roads. They're not new. The ones we'll be doing are 7 years plus. So a slurry seal or a chip seal is to extend the life of a roadway, and it'll extend the life of a roadway approximately 10 years. But if we can get it down starting at year 7 and do it every 5 to 7 years after that, it does you get the most bang for your buck in the life of the roadway. And then the pavement preservation program, where we do the surveys of the roads, it has to meet a certain ranking for us to do the slurry and chip seals on those. And we do want to maintain our local roads that are assets to the county and the newer ones that can benefit from a slurry or a chip seal. So even though this is regional transportation, we do put money towards the local road system and in the road pavement preservation program. So, the main revenues from this, there is property tax ad valorem that goes towards RTC, the regional roads, and then the other main item is the gasoline, the county 9-cent gasoline tax. And this is the slide where I was to answer Commissioner Tarkanian's question. Road residential construction tax. I think it's $500 per new home that's charged to the builder. And then on the commercial construction tax, it's 50 cents per square foot. So those revenues, they go up and down depending on the year.
It's a one-time charge.
It's a one-time charge.
And but we do get ad valorem, if I pronounced that right.
Yes.
Is that that would increase too?
Well, our property taxes
But when more people move it in, I'm saying.
yes, that would increase.
Oh.
I think that some people would prefer that.
Phil Ritker, Director of Public Works for the record. If you recall back to the opening presentation that the new Chief Financial Officer, Kathy Lewis, provided, there was a breakdown in there on one of those slides of the county property tax assessment and where that all went. This road ad valorem tax is in that, but it's just so you know, it's a very small portion of that entire thing. I think it's, I want to say about 0.05 or something as of the total amount. So it's a very small portion of property tax that goes to roads when you consider the amount of roads that are in existence.
Next slide.
This is my investment. One again, where I'm taking credit for it. Sorry.
So as you can see, there's about $4 million in revenue projected for 2025. I would like to point out, of that $4 million, we do have a highway bond that was taken out in 2016. The payment for 2025 is $863,000, and we have about another, I think it was a 20-year bond, so we have some years to go yet on that payment. So that knocks down the revenue for RTC to about $3.2 million. Are we on expenses?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what doesn't show up in here on the expenses is the capital improvement projects. So the RTC funds are going to be paying for most of all the capital improvement projects on transportation, like Muller Parkway. You see a $700 item up there. That's what we use every year for the pavement preservation program for the chip seal and slurry seals. Sometimes we get close to it, and sometimes we're off. And we try to add to it to the project afterwards, but we have a limit that we can add before the contractor will try or cry foul. So that is the expenses. For our supplemental requests. We have 2 trucks that we want to purchase, regular work trucks, one for the road operating coordinator and one for the road operator sign specialist. We've purchased trucks in the past from other departments, and they're fairly old, so they're not quite working for us. We have 2 10-wheel dump trucks up there, but actually for this supplemental request, it's going to be dropped down to 1, and the other one will be purchased through the current fiscal year.
Phil Whitaker, Director of Public Works for the record. Again, I think as we talked with the enterprise funds, the supplemental requests here are actually from reserves in either RTC or the road operating for these applications. It's not a general fund request.
This may be a stupid question, but I'm going to say it ask it anyways. The TOT tax down here, do we use it all for the roads too, like they do up north, but up at Tahoe, or is it split?
We do, for John, or for the record, for the 232 fund, there is a small portion of the room tax from down here that goes to the general maintenance of roadways. That was one of the revenue.
Okay, so you split it up with a bunch of other different groups.
So it's split up with other departments. The 1%, I believe, for Lake Tahoe, that stays in Lake Tahoe for the basin, and that's used. I have some capital improvement projects coming up in the future for some reconstruction of Lake Parkway, up there they call it the loop roads, east and west, but Lake Parkway is getting to a point where it's going to be needed to be reconstructed, so we're trying to save up for that as well. So.
The room taxes on this slide here for the valley on the road operating, it's projected at about $150,000 in this next fiscal year.
Compared to about 10 times that amount at Lake Tahoe or more, right? So, yeah. Anyways, I just had a couple of comments. Mr. Erb, you and I have had a lot of conversations over the last several years, and I would kind of characterize you as probably the Charlie Brown of our county. You're probably one of the most unappreciated individuals that we have. And I know that you don't get a daily call from our residents saying, great job, right? I doubt if in your whole career you've gotten a call from our county resident saying, great job. But anyways, I just want you to know that you are appreciated, and I have found you to be accommodating. You always answer my call if you have that ability, and if you don't, then you return the call in a very timely manner. So I appreciate what you bring to us, and appreciate your participation in the county, and I want you to know that you are appreciated. So thank you.
I want to ditto that and say that whenever my constituents have asked me something and I ask you, you make me look good because I can get right back to them. So thank you for that, and also for this slide with these cute pictures.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that, and you'd be surprised, the residents here are, there are some very good residents that go out of their way to thank us. They send us cards, or they'll send an email, so we do get some thank yous.
Well, let me add one more, and thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Well, Commissioners, you get to see my smiling face for one more presentation, and then I'm out of here. So with that, I will introduce Courtney Walker, Program Manager for the Stormwater Management Program.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. Courtney Walker for the record. Happy to be back. Hopefully this will be a little easier and shorter than it was last week. Our mission statement for the Stormwater Management Program is managing flood risk and protecting water quality. Down here in the Carson Valley and the Topaz area, we're working towards managing flood risk primarily. And up at the lake, we are working on protecting water quality. That's our primary concern up there. So the Stormwater Management Program maintains the county drainage infrastructure, and that's typically consisting of culverts, roadside ditches, detention basins, drop inlets, storm drains, things of that nature. So we're doing general maintenance in terms of that kind of stuff, and then also some smaller drainage improvement projects with the crew that we have in-house. And then we're also working to acquire some funds for construction and maintenance of our capital projects. What was presented in the Stormwater Master Plan last week, a lot of those different projects are some of the things that we try to write grants for and try to figure out how to get some of those implemented. And once they are implemented, they become part of the general maintenance responsibilities of the operators and the stormwater maintenance operators. Is somebody else changing the slides?
I am.
Oh, you are? Okay.
If you just hover over that, it don't.
Yeah, I'm like, how's that happening? Some of our performance measures and our workload indicators. Maintained culverts, roadside ditches, detention basins, as I just mentioned. We have collected most of these features in a GIS program. There's over 1,400 features total throughout the county that are being inspected and maintained on an annual basis. There's probably about 800 of those are culverts. We've also had some installation of new culverts where they're needed, because those are needed in some areas. And then also constructing flood control and water quality capital improvement projects. At the lake, we have several of those, and we're maintaining those in-house now for the total maximum daily load program up at Lake Tahoe, the TMDL. And then we recently constructed 4 detention basins in the Johnson Lane area for flood control. And so those are some of our indicators in terms of if we're being successful, how many of those features are we getting to each year. Some of the goals and accomplishments from this past year, we just recently completed the Stormwater Master Plan, and that was adopted by this board last week. As I just mentioned, we finished construction of 4 Johnson Lane area detention basins. So that's been a long time coming for that. We also completed a 5-year FEMA audit for the community rating system, and we were able to maintain our score of 6, which is getting harder and harder to do because they keep setting the bar higher and higher. But we did get through that 5-year process. Our future goals are we're working to purchase a new dump truck, which is in the works. We should have it very soon. We have been operating on a used truck that we bought from Cinderlight a few years ago. It's very old. These trucks are amazing. They actually can go up to a million miles on them, which is pretty good. This one's getting pretty close to that, so we wanted to have a backup. That's kind of the only way that you can get your equipment out to a job site to perform anything, and it's the only way that you can off-haul any material that you remove. The other thing that we're looking to purchase is a skip loader, and that's basically your big machine to scoop and load your trucks. Historically, we've tried to borrow some things for the road department, and they're very busy as well, and so it's kind of hard to coordinate schedules and equipment sharing in that way. So we're looking at purchasing one of those as well. I have a goal of adopting the Stormwater Master Plan that actually was done last week, so we can check that one off the box, but obviously we still need some direction on funding for the Stormwater Master Plan and figuring out how to really implement the plan. But it was a big lift to get the plan in place, and so now we kind of have a roadmap on where we want to go. All these goals and accomplishments tie back to managed stormwater, which is one of the goals in the strategic plan that was recently adopted by this board. Here's our organization chart. We operate under the Public Works Director, and with a little bit of support from the Deputy Director as well, who's Rick Robillard. The administrative services team are very helpful in helping us process invoices, putting together purchase orders, and they're very helpful to step in with any of our office needs. Within the Stormwater Division, you have myself as the program manager. We have Jason Szymanski as our Stormwater Maintenance Supervisor, and under him are 3 maintenance operators, one of which has been here since the inception of the program for 5 years. Brad Lyons and Jason Szymanski have been here the whole time. So they really have a good knowledge base on the issues that we're facing here, where the hot spots are, what type of maintenance needs to be done in certain areas. So it's been great to have them as a part of the team this whole time. We recently have converted one of our operator positions that's been historically tough to fill with an engineering technician position, which is now, it's current, it's being advertised right now. My workload has increased greatly over the years, so it'll be nice to have someone assist with all the different programs that we're administrating, and then also to assist with capital improvement project implementation and help us implement the Stormwater Master Plan. So that'll be a really positive thing. So that's our setup for now. Here's our Fund 820 expenses. Some of the bigger ticket items are motor pool, which are mainly our work trucks. I have a vehicle that I use as well. There's the vehicle maintenance shop, and as John suggested earlier, it is pretty expensive to maintain equipment, particularly equipment that is aging. Our dump truck is quite old. Our excavator is not that old, and so it hasn't needed too many things, although it is used almost daily, so it gets a lot of work. We also have a Vector truck, which is it's about 4 years old, but there's a lot of moving parts on a Vector truck, as you can imagine. Therefore, there's a lot of different things that can occur with it and can go wrong, and sometimes do. Luckily, it hasn't been as frequent lately, but that is one of our bigger expenses. We do have a line item for professional services, and this is primarily a contract that we have with the Carson Valley Conservation District to do river and bank stabilization maintenance projects and clearing and snagging in the channel, which is basically debris removal and things like that. We have a contract also with the Nevada Tahoe Conservation District. They assist us with a lot of our projects up at the lake and helping us with engineering, working on getting grant funding for water quality improvement projects and things like that. So it's great to have their assistance there. And then we also have a contract with the Tahoe Resource Conservation District with part of the water quality TMDL program that we're required to do at the lake. We also are required to do a stormwater monitoring program on an annual basis, and all 7 jurisdictions around the lake partner together to do one report through the Tahoe Resource Conservation District. So that's that contract. Continuing on expenses, gas and oil, so fuel for all of our equipment and vehicles. As we know, gas seems to go up and then it goes down a little bit and then it goes up again, and so it's been kind of all over the board there. And then our other major line item in this area is small projects. And this would be for anytime they're trying to do an erosion control project or a culvert installation, purchase of rock, base, fabric, filter fabric, all those types of materials that you would need to accomplish a project. So you can see in all of these different line items, there's not anywhere in this particular budget where funding is identified to implement the Stormwater Master Plan. So that will be something that we'll be discussing in the near future. Very good. So I see supplemental requests on here. There's the John Deere tractor loader and the auger attachment for our excavator, which would help us to clean these big box culverts. That helps with the irrigation companies. However, both of these were both funded under the adjusted opening fund balance, so they won't be considered for supplemental requests anymore at this time. We also had some carryover for some stormwater master planning, and so we may be talking about a financing evaluation going forward with that. And so I don't think any of these actually will be in the supplemental request packet going forward because they all are supported at this time financially. However, I had to put together the presentation at Ms. Lewis's timeline, so it's in there. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
If there are no questions, Mr. Chairman, if I may jump in here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I did want to provide the commission with some additional historical context for our stormwater fund. And I appreciate the wonderful work that Courtney and her team do. I appreciate the wonderful work that all of the teams in Douglas County do. But stormwater has been an interesting conversation for Douglas County for some time. And I just want to remind everyone that stormwater as a fund did not exist until very recently in the county's history. And I believe the fund, in fact, was created in 2018. I was off by a year. And it was created with by a board with a vision, who knew that stormwater was going to be one of the most challenging matters that this county was going to have to deal with. And if the board at that time did not take steps to designate funding to address stormwater problems in our county, then we knew we were never going to get anywhere. That took real leadership by that board at that time. And I'm bringing this up because while there was definitely a desire by the board to divert general fund money towards this purpose, I don't think that continuing to divert general fund money towards this purpose is sustainable as a long-term objective. And certainly, we have a revenue problem for stormwater. And I'm putting it on your radar. Expect some conversations about this. But if we really want to solve a structural problem for the general fund, I do believe that we need to have a serious conversation about identifying potential revenue sources for this program. It's also not sustainable for this program to continue to operate at the level of funding it has received since it started. So the board did set aside in 2018 $1 million for this purpose, and that dollar amount has not changed. However, the needs and demands for this fund have increased and will continue to increase over time. So I'm not asking you for really any conversation around this issue exactly right now, but I am kind of previewing a conversation that I think we are going to have in the coming year. Certainly it came up as part of the Stormwater Master Plan, bigger picture conversation, but we'll be bringing back funding, big picture to this commission, and I think we're going to have some tough conversations about what this is going to look like for the future. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you.
Yes, I would agree with you, Ms. Davidson. I mean, all of these programs are great. It's a question, how do we get there? How do we get there? And so this board needs to develop the vision and the mechanisms to get there. I want to make an observation, and it's very obvious with Ms. Walker, as it has been with each of our presenters yesterday and today, and it's remarkable how much passion each of these people bring to their jobs, that is exciting to see, and it's appreciated by me, and I'm sure by the rest of this board. So thank you for the passion you have in your program, as the other presenters have shown in theirs as well. So thank you.
I know that without Ms. Walker, we would be paying lots and lots of fines to the Lahontan Water Board for messing with the water clarity at Lake Tahoe. And I know the first time I met you, we were walking the road on Kale Drive and trying not to fall into the pits. And I would hope that within the near future, we can take care of that. And thank you. All right,
And
let's
may we take a
it-
break?
Yeah, let's take a short break before we go into our next two Okay, this is fun, folks, but let's get started. We can't finish till we start. We can't finish until we start.
I'm ready if you are.
Well, I would be if I had commissioners up here.
Charlotte's run.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, while we wait for commissioners to find their seat, with your permission, sir, I would just like to acknowledge Ms. Kara Easton is coming up on her 1-year anniversary with Douglas County, and I cannot thank her enough for all of the wonderful work that she is doing in emergency management, and I think she has a team member sitting in the audience. Do you want to introduce Tanner?
Sure. So, Tanner, you get to come up here now. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, Kara Easton for the record. This is Tanner Dye. He's our new emergency management coordinator. He comes to us from the National Guard, so he's still a National Guard member, but he was the civilian emergency for them before we snagged him away to join our team. That's it. You're out of the hot seat now.
Looks like
Unless
we
you want to
have,
stay there, you can't.
Looks like we have 5 heads up here, so why don't you get started?
All right. So, emergency management. Kara Easton, for the record, Director of Emergency Management. I'm also the acting Chief Technology Officer, so you're going to listen to me talk about technology stuff too, so I apologize in advance. So the emergency management budget, 281, our mission statement is to prepare for, respond to, recover from, and mitigate potential hazards in Douglas County. We work obviously a lot with our stormwater. As Courtney talked about, flooding is one of our major concerns. So we kind of incorporate into all of the county departments to help them with these things. Our main functions are to provide training for county employees and the community to be prepared for emergencies, and then we provide support and coordination for responders during incidents that affect Douglas County. So when the bad thing happens, which we hope it doesn't. So our performance measures, like Jen said, I've not even been here for a year, and so the department is relatively new within the county itself. So our performance measures, basically I made you a list of all the things that we need to do, not necessarily that we have done in the last year, but identifying where we need to go. So updating our emergency operations plan, rewriting our hazard mitigation plan. The hazard mitigation plan is a 5-year plan that allows the county to be eligible for mitigation funding. So all of our departments have that opportunity to apply for that funding. But if we don't have this plan approved by FEMA, then that money is taken away. So it's our responsibility to ensure that we have that plan, but it's available for everybody else to be able to get that money. We are also creating a quad county multi-agency coordination group plan. So that's Douglas County, Lyon County, Carson, and Story County. Identifying regional planning, training, and exercise opportunities. That's here in the valley with the quad county, as well as up at the lake with our partners on the California side as well. Identifying memorandums of understanding to put in place prior to an emergency, creating countywide emergency management training plans, so that's for our county employees specifically, writing exercises to test and validate those plans, identifying grant opportunities, and then responding to unforeseen events, which we hope don't happen, but they do. So our goals for next year are to provide preparedness education and training to the public. That's tied into our strategic plan that was outlined by many members of our public. Continue to promote Perimeter for public information. The Perimeter tool has now been adopted by all jurisdictions that surround the Lake Tahoe Basin. So we are all on the same platform when it comes to pushing out information in regard to evacuation, specifically for wildfire. Rewriting those emergency plans. Our hazard mitigation plan should be done in December, hopefully. Focus on evacuation planning and training as outlined in the strategic plan. start the training of county employees on potential roles during an activation of our Emergency Operations Center. Just a quick note, our Emergency Operations Center was previously located at East Forks Admin Building. Because we don't own that building or have authority to use it, we have now relocated our EOC to the Judicial Law Enforcement Center in the Sheriff's training/jury room. So that's the room we're using because, well, we have access. And then continue to identify grant opportunities. Since we are a small department, we have to try to find as much free money as possible because that's kind of nice to have.
I would, perhaps on that, training county employees on potential roles during an activation of the EOC. I mean, maybe it's just because I'm the newer one of all of us. And I did have one briefing during an emergency. Maybe we could have the board trained on their role during an emergency as well.
Yes, so that's part of that training plan because each level has a different role in what that emergency is. So you guys will definitely have a role, so have your phones on. But yes, that is something we're looking at, identifying what training is appropriate for the board versus, myself, directors, line staff, and so on and so forth.
So you say the EOC has moved?
Yes, we are now at
And-
the sheriff's office.
Okay, is that in the training room there on the first floor?
Yes.
Okay. And most EOCs that I've been in have a great deal of electronic devices and plug-ins so that everybody has a phone line and all of this. Are you going to expand that into that building?
So I think for right now, it's a temporary facility, a temporary long-term facility, until we can identify funding to create a permanent one where we can have everything in place and it can be a multi-use facility. So for training within the county just in general, as well as for emergency operations. So I envision purchasing some extra equipment like screens and phones that we may already have that can be set up. So it'll be similar to when we were at East Fork. We would use our technology services department to help us set that up in real time.
Do you anticipate having desktop experiences for all of the employees? I haven't had it. Where I came from, in our EOC, we frequently had desktop experiences where we can have a nuclear problem, or we can have a riot, or we could have a forest fire, or any desktop training like that.
Yes, so that's going to be part of that training and exercise plan. So we make sure you have the training so you know what to do, and then we can exercise that. So in the next fiscal year, that's something we're going to be working on, is setting up tabletop exercises as well as some drills and maybe a full scale if we get there.
Yeah, we've already done the experiment with the evacuations. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, Douglas County Manager for the record. I just wanted to jump in here because this is one of the many reasons why we are fortunate to have Kara Hare, is because of her experience with training. She was very involved in training for the state and is well practiced in all of these things. So we have a font of things to learn from her. I'm very, very excited to have her on board. This is going to be wonderful, but it does take a moment or two, maybe a year, to get these things planned and set up properly.
Okay, so Kara Easton for the record. Our accomplishments so far, we conducted a drill on perimeter with our response agencies after we received initial training to ensure that, we were able to deploy it in real time. We've identified some grant opportunities already that we are currently using. We also, since I became the acting chief technology officer, absorbed the telecommunications division. I'll get to their budget later, but as of July 1, they will officially fall under emergency management because they are the lead division going over the public safety radio infrastructure upgrade. And so we felt it was necessary to pull them under emergency management because of their close tie with dispatch and all of our public safety agencies. And the radio system is really part of that support and coordination that emergency management provides. We responded to a potential blizzard back in February. Luckily, nothing happened, but we did kind of ramp up and send out some information on that. And then, in conjunction with DCSO and our Community Relations Department, attended 2 public speaking events to promote emergency management and preparedness in the community, and that was mostly related to perimeter and evacuations.
Question, really quick. I am what is known as a ham operator, and I'm wondering if you're considering enrolling them, that we have one in the valley here, a club, for handling emergency communications.
So at our dispatch center, we do have an area for our Aries Racies, and I don't remember what either of those acronyms means, but we are looking at revamping the ham operator clubs, I guess you could say, in the area, because it sounds like they may have disbanded a little bit. So that is on the radar to get them back because they are vital in an emergency.
Yeah, blame COVID.
Yeah, exactly. But now I'm going to call you not only for policy decisions, but for ham operating. So thanks for signing up. So our org chart, I am the director. So under me, I have an emergency management coordinator, Tanner, who you just met, an accounting specialist, our emergency communications manager, and then currently the 2 radio and telecommunications technicians. As of July 1st, the 2 radio techs will fall under the emergency communications manager because A, he knows way more about radio than I do, and B, it just seems like a natural fit. So here's our budget. It's pretty small. We're asking for $88,000 for next year. We do have grant opportunities which are not showing on the screen, but we are constantly looking for that. And many of those grants are multi-year, so they haven't rolled over in the budget process. Just a couple highlights on travel. We're asking for extra money to be able to send myself and Tanner to 2 conferences that are emergency management related. One is the Nevada Emergency Preparedness Association Conference, which is for our state folks, and then the other is the International Association of Emergency Managers, which is a nationwide conference. So it allows us the opportunity to stay up to date in what the industry standards are. And that amount will actually be split between travel and training and education. So it's split there. And for motor pool, that has increased because we inherited 5 trailers from East Fork when we transitioned emergency management to the county. And we have also purchased another trailer because our shelter supplies have outgrown our current storage. And so that is purchased with a grant, and so it's no cost to the county. And that's why motor pool is that way. And that's it on that.
Ms. Easton, those trailers you're talking about, they're not all stationed in one location, is that right?
No, so we have 3 shelter trailers currently. One is in TRE by the community center. The one in town is by Animal Services, and then there's one at the lake. And then we have 2 other trailers, which are also at Animal Services. One is a point of distribution trailer, which we were given by Carson Health and Human Services. And then the other is a mass fatality trailer. So hopefully we never have to use that one. And that's it for emergency management. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Kara Easton for the record. I'm going to introduce Brent Finster, our Emergency Communications Manager. He is going to do the presentation for our dispatch budget, so Fund 255 and Fund 256.
Good afternoon, Chairman Rice and Commissioners. It's my honor to sit in front of you. This is the first opportunity that I've had since I started with the county last February. First opportunity to sit in front of you and provide you an overview of the 911 emergency communications budget, which is now a division of the Department of Emergency Management. I'm going to read from my notes to make sure that I don't go off on a tangent and forget to say something. So if you have any questions or whatever, feel free to interrupt. The mission statement you see before you can be reduced to what is becoming a common theme among 911 emergency communication centers throughout our country, that of being the first responders. Our center answers 911 emergency and non-emergency telephone calls for all of Douglas and Alpine counties. In addition, we provide radio dispatch services for the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, Washoe Tribe Police Department, East Fork Fire Protection District, Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District, and the Alpine County Sheriff's Office and the fire departments that are in Alpine County. In addition, we provide supplemental communications for various county functions, such as animal services, as well as several state and federal agencies doing work in Douglas and Alpine counties. For example, the U.S. Forest Service, BLM law enforcement officers, and Division of Wildlife personnel. So we have had many accomplishments this year that I would like to share with you. One of the greatest accomplishments is that 2 days ago, we were notified that our communications center again became reaccredited by the International Academy of Emergency Dispatch, IAED is their abbreviation, for our medical dispatch program. Our center also received reaccreditations by IAED for fire dispatch in April of last year. This was our 4th reaccreditation for medical dispatching, and we are one of only 200 dispatch centers throughout the world that have a dual accreditation by IAED. Reaccreditation occurs every 3 years for both fire and medical. As you're aware, Director Ron Sagan retired at the end of 2022. Rather than 911 continuing to be a standalone department, the board approved a reorganization under the new Department of Emergency Management, and I report directly to Kara Easton. As of December, my responsibilities sort of in a, what do you want to call it, an informal basis, they expanded to include day-to-day management of the telecommunications technicians who are under the Department of Technology Services. As Kara said, thank you, that will be formalized in July of this year with new budget. Kara will discuss telecommunications and the radio infrastructure upgrade project shortly. Thank you. You're also aware, I'm sure, of the significant staffing shortages that our center has incurred since about 2019. When I was hired, we had only 8 qualified people handling dispatch duties in our center. Staffing shortages within the 911 industry are prevalent throughout the United States. Our neighboring dispatch centers in Carson, Lyon County, and South Lake Tahoe all have suffered staffing problems similar to what we experienced. But due to the dedication and commitment of our staff who have stuck it out through the last couple of years, the services we have provided to our user agencies has continued to be outstanding, as evidenced by the minimal number of complaints that we receive from the public or our user agencies, as well as the compliments that we receive on a regular basis. With positions being filled, we're continuing to improve in our training program and plan to do a thorough review and revision of our policies and procedures over the next 12 to 18 months. Next. I'm happy to report that this year, during this year that I've been with Douglas County, our staffing has stabilized, and as of May 1st, we will have 13 fully qualified dispatch staff members, comparing with the 8 that we had a year ago. And we look forward towards a goal by December 31st of this year to be at or very, very close to having fully trained and qualified staff. Our authorized staff members include myself as the manager, 3 emergency communications supervisors, 3 senior emergency communications specialists or lead workers, and 12 emergency communications specialists. We currently have 9 out of the 12 ECS positions. Those are the green ones on the organizational chart. We have 9 out of the 12 filled. We have 2 in background process, and we'll be interviewing for the final vacancy within the next week or so. We also were able to hire an accounting specialist that is shared between emergency management and the communications center, so the total is 19 FTEs within the emergency communications division. We currently don't have any of those yellow boxes, which are on-call part-time personnel, but if we ever needed to, they do exist within the county, and we could hire those people. Okay, statistics. This past year, we processed 120,000 incoming telephone calls from the public and dispatched nearly 50,000 calls for service to our law enforcement and fire user agencies. As you heard from Sheriff Coverly, we're down slightly in our call volume over the past year or so. Last year was a 1.3% decrease from the year prior. As we distance ourselves from the pandemic, I believe it is likely that the workload will increase. The bulk of our budget is based on revenue from the ad valorem tax that Kathy Lewis mentioned on Monday. Our forecasted revenue for fiscal '25 is $1.9 million. Our total expenditures for the comm center staff, plus the expenditures to support the operation, is around $2.7 million. The difference between our tax revenue and our expenditures is charged directly to the user agencies who receive our dispatch service. The Douglas County Sheriff's Office is the largest consumer of our service at 68%. So for example, this year, $354,000 will be transferred from the general fund on behalf of the Sheriff's Office based on their portion of that difference that I mentioned. And you can note that Alpine County is contributing about $150,000 to our operation. So aside from personnel costs, our expenditures are fairly minimal, which include training, utilities, maintenance, and software.
Can we go back just one slide? The other slide. So Alpine County does not have an existing 911 program, standalone program?
No,
Is that
they
right?
do not.
Okay, so they contract with us for that. Okay.
That it used to be, up until several years ago, that we only provided service on an after-hours and weekend basis, but they increased our to a 24/7 operation for them several years ago. So we are it. If you're in Alpine County, you're just like Douglas County. You get us, and we provide the same level of service.
Should be Douglas County anyway, so.
There you go. The bulk of our budget is based on revenue from the ad valorem tax that I'm sorry, I already read that part. We're looking at a 1% increase in our budget this coming year. In fiscal '25, yeah, I got supplementals. In fiscal '25, we'll ask for a supplemental request to upgrade the physical security of the Emergency Communications Center building, the one across the street, the old library, to include cameras, monitors, and perhaps some physical barriers to ensure that our staff who work both day, night, weekends, and holidays are always safe from harm. So that's the first part of presentation. Are there any questions at this point while we change slides?
One question. Our emergency dispatchers, where I keep referring to where I came from, but that was a different life. But we had our emergency dispatchers located inside of the police building. which gave them pretty good security. Any talk of when we expand when the JLIC building becomes the JLIC building instead of everything that it is now, is there any possibility of moving into that facility, or would it be too expensive to move all of the equipment and everything else?
You want to take it?
Kara Easton for the record. Yes, but it depends how much space the sheriff wants to take when everyone else moves out. But we've had that thought, yes, to move emergency management and dispatch there.
And Mr. Chairman, if I can jump in as well, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. Sheriff Coverly has made it abundantly clear that there is no way that he can occupy the full space of the JLEC building. Our plans are for him to expand into that space over time as it is needed. He has indicated in conversations to me that he would welcome the addition of that team into that building. Definitely there's some synergy there with the teams working together. It makes a lot of sense from a security standpoint. We have also discussed emergency management being in that building full-time as well. I appreciate Sheriff Coverly being open to these conversations. He agrees. It doesn't make sense for him to occupy a giant building all by himself if he can't utilize the space. So thank you to him.
We'll just take the J off the building, right?
There's a second fund which is used to support the expenses of the Emergency Communications Center. Fund 256 is the 911 surcharge budget. In 2018, an ordinance was passed increasing the 911 surcharge to 75 cents for every wireless and wireline telephone with a billing address in Douglas County. Authorization and guidance regarding expenditures come not only from the Douglas County ordinance, but also from Nevada state statutes and from Federal Communications Commission rules. Expenditures must be used for purposes related to the 911 telephone system and emergency dispatch. The surcharge expenditures are overseen by a public committee known as the Douglas County 911 Surcharge Advisory Committee, who are responsible for the adoption of a master plan. The master plan is recommended for approval to the Board of County Commissioners, and all expenditures must be based in accordance with that master plan per state statute. The 911 Surcharge Advisory Committee's goals are simple. So is clicking the button. Simple. Hold 4 quarterly meetings, provide an annual report to you, update the master plan, and ensure that the expenditures are allowable by the ordinance, NRS, and the FCC. There are no FTEs within Fund 256, and staff is provided by myself and the administrative assistant. In addition to the 75 cents per month per line, a charge of $7.50 is assessed on trunk lines. Telephone companies submit checks to the Treasurer's office on a regular basis based on how many telephone lines and trunks they maintain. In fiscal year '25, we anticipate receiving around $565,000 from the 911 surcharge.
Okay, I got to ask this question because we have so many folks in our county that have come from other locations. So does this apply to those folks in our county that have telephone prefixes, is that what it is called, that are not 775? How do we account for that?
It's entirely based on billing addresses. So if it's a Douglas County billing address within one of the zip codes within Douglas County, those are ones where the telecommunications companies would assess that fee, collect it on their behalf, and send it to Douglas County.
Good answer. Thank you.
Sorry. I wish there was a way to be able to capture, tourism and all that, but they pay for their 911.
Wow, don't tease us. Don't tease
Yeah,
us.
I know.
Okay.
Let's see. Expenditures are allowed to be paid by Fund 256, include all of the 911 and Emergency Communications Center phone lines, hardware, software, and other expenses related to emergency call taking and dispatch processes. In fiscal year '24, the 911 Surcharge Advisory Board supported and the board agreed to use several $100,000 of available fund balance to replace aging radio infrastructure equipment as it was deemed an allowable expense. The fiscal year '25 budget is forecasted to increase by 4%. So that is my presentation on the Emergency Communications Division and the 911 Surcharge Fund. I would like to thank the board for your continued support. I know that there's several retired public safety personnel on that, so there's always going to be a synergy with that. I also want to take the opportunity to thank the excellent finance team and what they do to support us. And at this time, I'd be happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Doesn't look like there's any, and welcome aboard.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Supervising dispatchers was the worst job I ever had. It takes a special person to do that, a very special person. And they also have very special, never mind.
Exactly.
Mr. Chairman, I can't help myself. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. Our dispatchers are incredibly special in Douglas County, and we're very lucky to have them. I could not do their job. If you're ever interested, County Commissioners, there's a test that you have to take. You have to be able to do a bunch of things at the same time. I can't even give the proper description for this test, but I got like 30 seconds into that thing and was like, oh, no thanks. Can't divide my attention between all of those things. So we're very lucky to have that team, and we appreciate what they do to support first responders. And I loved your opening to the presentation. They're the first responders, and definitely we couldn't do our job to protect the public without them. So thanks.
Excuse me, but as a communicator in the Navy and here, what is that test?
It's called Critical, and it basically simulates you're getting 911 calls. And so if I remember correctly, and Brent can correct me if I'm wrong, it'll be a call and you have to determine where it is on a map and indicate that, and you have to take the notes as a caller is giving their information. And it's one way, so you don't get to ask them to repeat it. So it really does require a lot of focus and attention.
And it's a multitasking call, so you may be listening to a recording of somebody giving you information, but at the same time, you have to be writing down information that's unrelated to that. So you have to have the split brain. It's fun. If you ever want to do it, let us know.
No, I appreciate that. It's not as simple as what you see on TV. What is 911? What is your emergency?
Kara Easton for the record. We're going to move on to telecommunications. I'm going to have Brent stay up here with me because we really are tag teaming this. Telecommunications Fund 190 used to fall under the Technology Services umbrella, and as we said, July 1st, it will officially move under Emergency Management. So the Telecommunications Division's mission is to ensure the integrity and continued functionality of the Douglas County Public Safety Radio System. So the function is to service our user agency radios. So like Brent said with dispatch, the radio techs also service those same agencies with radio stuff. So we provide a maintenance plan for radio equipment, and we respond to communications emergencies throughout the county, which happen more than you would think, and I'm glad they're on the communication side and not on the emergency management side some days. So performance measures and workload indicators, we have 2 full-time employees in the radio division. They lead the division over the multi-year public safety radio infrastructure upgrade project, which supports DCSO, East Fork and Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection Districts, the Washoe Tribal Police Department, and then Alpine County Sheriff and Fire Departments. So they support our 4 primary user agencies with radio maintenance and troubleshooting. So our main customers are DCSO, East Fork, and Tahoe Douglas, but we do help Washoe Tribe occasionally. And then our other departments that use the radios like juvenile probation, alternative sentencing, and then animal services as required. So that maintenance really focuses on their handheld and mobile radios being in vehicles, and then base radio stations, which are at our fire stations. They are also responsible for maintaining our 16 primary radio sites throughout the county, along with various smaller sites that have the support communications equipment. And I would just like to note that there's only 2 of them, so if there's a problem in 2 different sites, and depending on the weather, it can be quite a treacherous mission. We have many radio sites on the tops of mountains, so as you can imagine, last winter was not a fun time to have a problem on a mountain, and typically in winter, it's kind of a pain in the butt. So that's really their main focus and performance measures that they handle on a year-to-year basis. So our goals for next year, ensure the public safety radio infrastructure upgrade project stays on timeline, and we are looking at implementing time-saving measures if possible. That's one of the goals in the strategic plan, and it's very important to Brent and I, and so that's one of the major reasons we took over the telecommunications division when Daniel Johnson retired back in November, because this is imperative to the public safety for Douglas County overall. It's not just a dispatch function or just a sheriff's office function. It really impacts everybody. We also would like to create a new inventory process for all materials coming through the radio shop to ensure better accountability of materials. And then working with our user agencies, outline an appropriate maintenance schedule to ensure continued functionality of all of our radio equipment. A goal that I didn't put up there that I forgot about was we are looking to secure grant funding for a temporary full-time position, so we have a 3rd radio tech to help as we do the radio upgrade project. And so the grant funding I'm looking at has no match, so there you go. And because grant funding is not always guaranteed, it would probably be a 1 or 2 year temporary position while we do the bulk of the upgrade. Accomplishments for this year, we've had timely response to radio outages to ensure the continuity of communications. We've reorganized what we have in our radio shop right now to streamline operations. We're starting a new training and certification program, which includes continuing education. So the radio world is both very old and very new at the same time. So it's important that our radio techs stay educated on how things are constantly working with radio systems, as well as the new technologies that allow for redundancies. And then the last bullet is discovered and tested new technologies to provide redundancies. Communications in the basin are really difficult because of the terrain, and the infrastructure up there is a little older. Much harder to get TRPA to agree to put stuff in that's new and exciting. So we've had to identify redundancies. And so we're constantly working on that while also upgrading our existing infrastructure. So here's the org chart again. Right now they fall under me because I'm the acting technology officer, but as of July 1st, they will fall under Brent. And then here is their budget. Just a few things to note. We've asked for travel and training and education. Previously, it was not offered to the radio techs, and we feel that it's very imperative, especially as technology keeps moving forward and radio systems keep moving forward, that they stay on the up and up so we can continue to provide that uninterrupted service to our public safety agencies. Motor pool expense, you'll see numbers added there, but that's actually being transferred from the technology services budget, so that's not an increased ask, it's just a shift of money from one fund to another. And then, what else am I missing? Let's see, small equipment. We've increased that budget because we found that we don't actually have very many pieces, parts in the shop right now. So if an officer's antenna breaks on a radio, we have to go out and order that piece of equipment, and so it's interrupting their service to the public. So that's to ensure that we have that inventory of stuff to make sure that officers and fire can continue to function. Our supplemental request for fiscal year '25 is to upgrade our 2 existing vehicles. So the radio techs have what you see are the utility trucks, and the equipment that they are transporting is not appropriate to be out in the elements in the bed of a truck, basically. And so the upgrade, this funding would be able to outfit us with like a camper shell, basically, so we can provide some weather safety for that kind of equipment, because repeaters are not cheap. And so we want to make sure we are maintaining them as best we can.
And I might add, these 2 vehicles we're talking about are the ones that were discussed with the airport earlier today.
And that is it for telecommunications. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Very thorough presentations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I feel your pain.
It's worth the pain, though.
Oh, one more, I got a question here. We in the ham radio area use repeaters, and they're up on a couple of peaks up here. Are you on the same location as those are?
We have, our fire channel is on Leviathan Peak, where one of the amateur radio repeaters is at. The sheriff's radio, one of their mountaintop sites is East Peak, where the Tara radio repeater system is, another amateur radio repeater. So we do share, and we have relationships with those 2 clubs, and we're working with them. And as Kara mentioned earlier, we're going to be working this year on the rebirth of the DCART, the Douglas County Amateur Radio Team, to have it support the Emergency Communications Center and our needs very specific to emergency management. So if that's something we're
Well,
looking
when I
at
was
doing.
at DCART, we had a drill that we worked from Carson City to the valley, and they needed a repeater, or rather not a repeater, but somebody who can relay. And I live at the top of a peak almost in Indian Hills. So anyway, that's, and by the way, my first experience in radios was vacuum tubes.
I hear you.
Kara Easton again. Now we're shifting to technology services. I'm going to ask Mike Avila to join me just in case you have very techie questions. He's the expert, but I inherited this budget in November, and so bear with me. So the technology services mission statement is to provide technology solutions to ensure effective implementation and management of county services. And our main function is to provide internal technical support to county departments, elected officials, and partnering entities. So we do work with the courts quite a bit, as well as some of our neighboring entities, I guess. So performance measures, the Chief Technology Officer position has been vacant since November of 2023, and we've had a Systems Administrator vacant since October of 2023. Increased involvement in countywide projects such as the ERP selection and demo process. Our tech services team received 5,858 service desk tickets in 2023. There's been an increased number of users to support with filling of countywide vacancies. And then we have implemented further security measures that must be monitored and updated routinely. And those are kind of the major things. There's about 1 billion and 10 other things going on. So our goals for this upcoming year is to update departmental strategic plan to align with the overall county strategic plan. So everything in the strategic plan really probably relies on technology at some point. So tech services, we can't hide because we're going to be involved. We'd also like to fill our vacancies. We did actually just extend an offer to somebody for Chief Technology Officer, so that's very exciting. And then we are looking to streamline our internal processes to make sure tech services is involved in all projects that involve technology and kind of streamlining what that looks like for departments to eliminate potential headaches and, well, why didn't technology tell me this? So that's one of our goals. And then obviously continue to provide excellent service to internal and external stakeholders. So our accomplishments, we did the rubric implementation, which is a backup solution. So if the network goes down, we can back up all of our files. Changing our internet service provider for more stable service. I remember this happened right when I started and everyone complained about the internet. And I can tell you that I have not had any complaints since I've been here. So that's awesome. We've mitigated 10,000 vulnerabilities throughout the year. If you have questions on that, Mike's going to answer those. We've updated and consolidated critical network equipment. So as you've heard from many departments, we have a lot of equipment. And so in tech, you know, the second you buy it, it's outdated. And so it was imperative that we were able to update that equipment. And as you know, things get smaller as they get newer. And so that has also allowed us more space to add more capability. The xDrive migration for streamlined file mapping. Files used to be all over the place and connected in weird ways. And so this xDrive implementation has allowed departments to easily access and not have to log in and reconfigure all their files. So it's really a one-stop shop and ease of use for the user. We've upgraded VMware, which resulted in improved security and stability. Updated and consolidated countywide dark fiber. We've implemented a badge access system for better security into county facilities. So that eliminates physical keys. You know, someone can duplicate it and then inventory management becomes a problem. So the badge access really helps with that security piece and managing who has access to what. And then responded to 4,500 service desk tickets. I think that was actual tickets and not duplicates. Okay. So the tech services org chart, there's a chief technology officer who is supported by an administrative assistant. Under the that director is an IT infrastructure and operations manager, which is currently vacant. But under that manager is the service desk supervisor with 3 employees. And then on the other side, we have 6 full-time employees who do what we call tier 2, which is mostly your networking and behind the scenes stuff, whereas service desk is, help, I forgot my password, and they come running and save the day. And then also under the chief technology officer is the GIS supervisor and our 2 GIS folks under that supervisor. So here's our tentative expenditures. Hey, we're actually giving back -3%, so there you go. I think that's also slightly partially due to telecom moving out, and so they were taking some of those funds, so it will balance out. And that's it for technology services. Do you have any questions on that?
Yes, not.
Mike, you were a wonderful Vanna, thank you.
Good to see you. Been a while.
And then for GIS, I'm going to have Matt Richardson come join me just in case you have tech questions for him. So our GIS division provides mapping, data, and analysis services to our internal and external stakeholders. They provide technical support to county departments, elected officials, and partnering entities. So they are a small but mighty division, but they provide way more stuff than you could ever imagine. So performance measures, there are 3 full-time employees providing support to all county departments, partner agencies, and external stakeholders. You guys typically work with Public Works and Community Development quite frequently. They also provide mapping and data support during emergencies while also balancing that daily workload. So last year with the atmospheric river, the GIS division was instrumental in helping provide mapping support and collecting all of the data that our folks out in the field were doing for damage assessment and making it a pretty picture that we could all digest, because that was a lot of data. And then they also are instrumental in providing data, maps, and analysis for our multi-year county plans, such as stormwater or the master plan. Thank you. And so they are instrumental in all the strategic plan initiatives as well. So goals provide GIS-specific insight for the overall technology services departmental strategic plan, determine new and emerging technology to enhance existing services, continue to provide excellent service to internal and external stakeholders, assist community development's planning division in accessing more GIS data through their permitting and building program and in their staff reports, facilitate methods for Public Works to more easily edit and collect past and newly collected data, and then, of course, provide input on countywide plans such as the master plan and the stormwater plan. Some of the accomplishments over the past year, GIS created and worked with the county manager's office, the sheriff's office, and the fire departments to establish evacuation zones and assist with perimeter mapping services. Now that emergency management's online, we've jumped on board and given them more work to do. So thanks, Matt. They provided mapping and information support for our Emergency Operations Center activation in March of 2023, like I said, with aggregating all of that damage assessment data. Set up and train staff for mobile field data collection. So the tool we use out in the field for damage assessment data collection is called Survey 123, which ties directly into Esri and ArcGIS. And so the GIS division helped with getting that field information into a digestible reader for the rest of us. Worked with the clerk treasurer on data requests with Secretary of State's office for transitioning to a election management system. Maintained and supported vacation home rental map viewer for public and internal use during and for multiple commission meetings, and then responded to 458 service desk tickets. So they are a small but mighty team. Here's the org chart again. And then here's their expected expenditures for the following year. Just a few things to note, because there are 3 employees, and like anything with technology, everything is emerging, and so we want to ensure that they are able to go to training conferences to be able to get that industry standard and best practices.
Anticipating my question.
I am.
Or at least you're into, you looked up as if I was going to turn on my red light.
I'm prepared to pay attention.
So thank you. The aerial photography, is that done through drones, or how is that done?
We do that through a vendor called Eagle View. And so every year they come out and they do drone imagery that we use for our mapping, so we can overlay on that. Aerial photography, sorry. So yeah.
Matt Richardson for the record. Matt Richardson for the record. So it's aerial photography. The county is 733 square miles. It would be a lot of processing power and a lot of time to do that by drone. There are times when data is collected, for example, in needs for the sheriff's office, where they have drone operators that can collect the data, which we can then integrate into other imagery that has already been collected. But as a whole, for the county, this aerial imagery that's being flown is aerial from an airplane, so it's not drone, and is being done, usually being done in the springs. We are now coordinating with the assessor's office as well, so that imagery is going to be collected every year. Previously, it was every 2 years, but now it's being collected every year.
Okay, so it's not drones and it's not satellite, it's mid-range.
Correct. So it'd be something similar to what you might see on Google Maps, but the quality is much better, and you can zoom in much clearer and identify more items that way. So
Yeah, I've been very impressed with what you do. I'm just curious about how you go about doing it sometimes.
Any further questions?
Any questions from the board? Once again, Quite thorough, thank you.
Thank you very much, and you can have your day back now.
Kathy Lewis, CFO for the record. Before I make my statement, I do want to say that I really enjoyed the departmental presentations and learned a lot. I smile because if this was a budget presentation that I would provide, I would not provide it with the same passion as you've heard from all the departments, and I think that's already been said, so I've really enjoyed that. Before, this last piece was for catch-up, and I'm happy to say that we've been staying pretty much on schedule, so there's no catch-up. But I did invite our county assessor to come and speak to us. Yesterday when we did the kickoff, there were several questions about what parcels qualify for the residential rate, what parcels qualify for the commercial rate, and how he basically assesses or gets it on the roll, the timing of it. So I will turn it over to our assessor, Trent Tholen.
I hope you guys are okay if I stand. I sit almost all day, so I'll go ahead and take the podium today. Trent Tholen, Douglas County Assessor, and as Kathy Lewis just said, you guys did have some questions on Tuesday about the 3% and 8% caps and how those are administered. The basic concept behind it is an owner-occupied residence falls under the 3% cap, and everything else falls under the 8% cap. There are exceptions to that, like a rental that has their rental rates that fall at or below the HUD-established rental rates. That can qualify under the 3%. The other thing that can qualify would be like if a family member occupies, so I guess it's the same thing. If a family member occupies and there's no rent charged, that would fall under the 3% cap. But in general, if it's not owner occupied, it's under the 8% and not the 3%. Vacant land is under the 8% cap. A commercial building is under the 8% cap. Really the only thing that would qualify in the 3% would be something that's residential. Any questions on that? Do you want me to expand on anything?
I do.
Go
I
ahead.
just have a quick question, and that is, so when you say the 3% or 8% caps, these are maximum, if I'm understanding this right, it's a maximum annual increase over the previous year. Is that a correct statement?
Yes and no. Yes, if nothing changes on the property. So there could be a decrease if something is demolished, and there could be an increase if something new is built. And I think that would lead into one of the other questions would be new construction. I don't know if you want me to answer that now or if you want me to clarify that more.
No, I guess you can
expand
go ahead. I mean, I think we have a couple minutes here, yeah.
Did he say go expand on that? Okay. Yeah. So there was a question about new construction and when that comes on the roll. So pretty much our roll closes July 1 of every single year. And so from July 1 until June 30th, we're building the next roll for the following year. We actually set our values. Statutorily, we have to do it by January 1st. We set all the values, but the bulk of our new construction is actually picked up between February and June 30th. And I'd even go to say that it's more like June 1st because we have to wrap up everything for the tax roll. So any permits that are pulled or any that weren't completed from the prior tax year, anything from July 1st up to, I'd say about May of the next year, we're busy picking up those building permits and adding those to the tax roll.
Mr. Tholen, do you always go up to the maximum 3% and 8%, or does that fluctuate, or how do you determine that?
If you don't mind, Kathy Lewis for the record, I'll take that. question. If you remember during the budget kickoff, it is set by statute, the 8% cap or that commercial cap is set to either be the highest of the 2 times the CPI or the 10-year rolling average of assessed value up to 8%. And so that's a set. And then the residential rate or the owner-occupied rate is 3% unless that commercial rate is less than 3%, and then the residential will go down. So that is set by statute every year.
I forgot about those. Yep, thank you.
Trent Tholen, Douglas County Assessor, again, just to expand on that, we don't set that. The state actually sets it for us. They take a look at those figures and they send them to us and they say, this is what your cap is going to be, 3 or 8% or something in between.
Thank you. By the way, is Douglas County the only place on the planet where the tax assessor gets a standing rouse of applause whenever he walks in the building? How is that? You're done. I believe that's our last presentation for the day, is it not? Oh, good. I mean, okay. In that case, we will go to, since it's for possible action, we will go to public comment. Is there any public comment? Yeah, go ahead, back out, yeah. All right, seeing none, then we will go to closing public comment. I have to be legal. I'm doing it. 1, 2. Seeing none. I need a motion to adjourn.
Sir, there's nothing else on the agenda. You can adjourn without it.
We are adjourned.